are going to do. What is Docker? You guys know. Okay, but understand one thing. Under one thing, again the same thing. We have an idea. The way I explained you in my last class, we have an idea. Okay, from the idea, we hire some developer. So company hires some developer to create a product or an app. They hire the developer. So it is a decision of the developer or maybe the company for development which language they want to use. Okay, for creating this app, this for web app, for example. Let's say they decide they want to use Python as a language or Node as a language or runtime, JavaScript. Okay, let's say Python as a language they want to use for creating the app. Okay, but mostly only language does not enough to create the web app. We mostly use frameworks also, like web frameworks. So one of the framework in Python is Flask or Django or many more available in the market. Okay, so let's say they use Flask as a framework. Okay, so technically, technically your developer create a code that's called app in a language called Python, and they use a library or the framework called Flask. And let's say finally app has been developed. Now this app we have to roll out or release to the production environment, the way I explained in my last class. But before this, we have to do many things. One of the things is we do test. Okay, so what we will do, we will give this code to one of my testing team. Okay, the testing team, and say you guys have to first test this app before we release to the production. Now what testing team have to do? They have to test this app. When I say test, it means they have to run this app first. Obviously, अगर हम app को run नहीं करेंगे, test कैसे करेंगे? So they have to run the app. They have to execute the app. And for executing the app, what they need? They need a code. So a code will be given to the testing team by somehow. They somehow maybe they can mail it, they can put in the Panda, but nowadays very common thing is we put the code in some site as called GitHub, for example. So GitHub is one area where we put the code. It's called SCM, Source Code Management Tool. You guys might know. So my developer team will upload the code in GitHub. My testing will download from the GitHub, or they can directly send the mail. So whatever medium will do. My testing team will get the code. Okay. After they get the code, they have to run it. Now here the main part starts. The main part is for running the code or the app, the minimum requirement is, okay, we need the OS. OS. Because without OS, none of the app will run, right? Now the key is, okay, this OS they have to install, new OS install. How faster they can install the OS, that's the game. And because they want to save the time is a key here. Okay, so to install the OS, they use a container technology called Docker. So technically, they launch a container that's called OS with Docker run command, right? That's what you know. Okay, but one more point here is launching the container is one thing. Launching container means OS, means the new OS launch. But in this new OS, okay, if you put your code to run, it won't work. Okay, because this OS is raw OS. Raw means they, for example, this is Red Hat OS, for example. So Red Hat has a basic command date, cal, ls, something like this. For running this app, what we need? Python. Because this app is written in Python. With the Python software, this called interpreter or runtime, it won't work. So after OS launching can be done in 1 second because of the Docker as a software. But after this OS launch, some of the team, let's say testing team, have to do something and install the Python first. Python is runtime or the interpreter. Why Python? Because this code is written in Python. If this code is written in Java, then you have to install JDK. Okay, Python. But again, Python installation is not enough because this app is written in Flask, one of the library. Okay, so after install Python, they have to install one more library or many more library Let's say in this case Flask. Okay. And after installing Flask, maybe they might do many more other things also. I'm just taking one, two example. They install Python, they install Flask, and then your app is eligible to run. Then they copy this app, and after they copy, what they do, they run and they execute that. Okay. And after run, app execute, app will run. After run, whatever the test they want to do, they can see website is opening or not, form is working or not, whatever they want to do, they can do as a test. Okay, so this is guys the whole idea. The point here is in this example, in this example, why I'm giving this example to you. Okay, this content launching is super fast because of container technology. App development is a game of developer, how much time they take, so we have no say on it. If developer say I need 2 days, okay, we can't do anything. So here we can't compromise. If they want 2 days, so they will take 2 days. But now today is the world of generative AI, so we can use Gen AI along with developers to quickly create the app. That's a different point, you guys know. Okay, but in this example, there's one area, okay, that we have to do it manually, this area. Because I told you last class also, okay, because code is keep on changing, new versions keep on coming, keep on coming. It means my testing team have to relaunch the new OS. So new version come, they have to again launch the new OS. So new OS will launch within a second, but after installing new OS, again they do the same thing. Again to install Python, again to install library, again to copy, again to run. Okay, this would be a manual process. Why? Because if I go to my container, okay, my container, 1 minute, let me start my OS. So content can be launched within a second, or maybe you guys are creating the shell scripting, program. So in the shell scripting, you can click one, the content launch. So you don't have to run docker run command. In the script, what you are, the tasks are given to you, you press 1 or 2, whatever the way you creating. Okay, a content will launch. So content launch will be done maybe automatically or by running by a command or docker run command. But launching will be done in 1 second. So everything till here is automated or fast. Okay, but the way I told you in my last class, in DevOps, okay, what we want in DevOps, we don't like human beings. We have to remove the human beings. We does not want any manual intervention. We want everything to be automated, and we want everything to be super fast. Okay, this part is the part that look like manual, and this part is a part that look like every time you have to do it. And this means in a day, if you do testing 10 times, 10 times you have to install the Python, install the Flask, install the copy the code, run the code. Okay, anything that is happening again and again, repetitive way. Okay, so good practice is don't do by yourself. Okay, what to do? Okay, make it automated. And how to automate? There's a multiple way. One of the ways, installing the Python, installing the Flask, copy, run. I can create a shell script. So as a container launch, I run the script. The script will automatically go inside the container. They will install the Python for you. They install the Flask for you, and copy and run for you. This is the one of the approach. We can use the shell scripting. But other approach also we have. Because we know every time we need a Python, every time we need a Flask, installing the Python Flask can be done automatically, scripting or maybe manually by yourself. But it will take time, right? The Python we download from the internet, then we install. Maybe we can do automate, but installation will take time. Okay, and because it is not only Python or Flask, there will be many more things we have to do before we run the app. Because when they run the app, we do some security settings, we do some kind of let's call configurations, we install some library, more libraries, many more things we have to do. Everything you can do automatically, but doing will take some time, right? So automation one point that we can achieve is self-scripting. But how to save the time? How to save the time? For this, what we can do, what we can do, whatever thing you always need, and if I list this down, okay, one thing that you always need is this one, your base OS. Second thing you always need is your Python. Third thing that you always need is the Flask. These three things you always need. App we don't app because they keep on changing. Okay, so we can't copy. We can't put in one means we can't have in one go. Okay, but OS, Python, Flask we always need. So what we can do? Okay, what we can do? These three guys that you always need. Okay, so we can do one thing. We can do this setup once, and we clone it. Clone it. Okay, you know what? When you clone it, whenever you clone, it will create your own image. This is called Docker image. Okay, yesterday guys we pulled the image from internet, Docker pull command. That image came as someone else. But there's a way you can create your own images also. This is called Docker custom images. You can create. And why I want to create the custom image? Because the biggest power of the Docker is the image actually. Anything that is there in the image, this is called Docker image or container image. Okay, this image can be launched as a OS within a second. That is the power of Docker. Now, it is up to you what you want to put in the image. Okay, whatever put in the image, they will launch within a second. So if you want, in the image, I want database to be set up. So if you create an image with database setup, one click, you always launch with the database running. So what I can do here, okay, because I know, let me create a list also here. I know, okay, I always need OS, that's called container, container. Let's say name of the OS ko Red Hat 9. This is what I always want. Then on the top of this OS, I want Python interpreter. On the top of this, I want Flask Python library. I'm taking Python or Flask as a random name. It could be any other things also. Because this is always you want. So why not all the three things we put together in one box, one package? This one package called image. But this package might not be available in the market pre-setup because company thing will vary. Your company need different Python version, my company need different Python version. Your company might don't need Flask, I might need Django or other tools, for example. Okay, so what we can do, because this is our custom requirement, so we can create our own custom image. So technically, according to this example, okay, whatever you need, you first do this setup and clone it. When you clone, it is equals to your custom image. So today, guys, what we are going to learn, when I do the demo, you will can have more clarity. But what we are going to do right now today, we are going to learn how to create a custom images. That's what we are going to learn. And to create the custom images, this is what the core thing we always do in the Docker world is very, very important part and the regular thing. Okay, to create the custom images in the Docker, okay, there's two ways. One is kind of we don't use much. There's one command called Docker commit. We don't use much, so I don't want to invest the time here. Okay, the main way we always create the Docker custom images, okay, is using a concept called Docker file. So right now, guys, we are learning a topic called Docker file. In every interview of DevOps and something like this, what is happening after 4 days also, okay, they will ask a lot thing about Docker file. So you should be great and expertise in Docker file. And we go more deep into this topic. We just started, we will go more deep into the topic, right? Docker file is a way through which we can create a custom images. Now, what I mean by custom image, let me show you one more time. So my VM is being started where my Docker is running. So this VM of any OS where Docker is running are known as Docker host. And this Linux Red Hat 9, my Docker is running. And Docker is also known as Docker services or Docker daemon. Daemon also is one word we can use, or also known as Docker engine. Everything is same. So my Red Hat 9 is a Docker host. They are running with the Docker engine, and on the top of Docker we launch the OS. That OS is known as container. And to launch a new OS, we have Docker run command. Docker run command always launch a new OS. Okay, within a second. But launching the OS, the minimum requirement is always is always the image. Always the image. So if I show you, we have some images, but these images, whatever I have Ubuntu, it is not created by me. Some company named known as Canonical, who own the Ubuntu OS, they get this image, put in Docker Hub, we download from there, down from there with Docker pull command. It means from this image, from this image, okay, from this image, when you launch a container always launch from the image. We launch a container, okay, this container will contain lot of commands, this command, this command. If you guys notice, there's no cal command here. It does not mean Ubuntu does not support cal command. It means this image whoever created, they does not provide the cal command. Okay, you can think in this. It means whatever you have in the image, same thing will come into the container and the OS. Okay, just one point. But this image is given by Ubuntu, or some will give a Red Hat, for example, or Fedora, for example. Okay, those are not raw images, base images. Okay, they only give you only the base operating system. Okay, they does not give anything else. For example, when you will come with purchase a laptop, they give only Windows. Only Windows is not enough. You need app. So you install Chrome browser, you install VLC player, because finally we use the app. Okay, or the program. So they only give you base thing. On the top of what you need, you have to install. How to install? Every OS has a different command. In Ubuntu we use aptget command, in Mac we use brew command, in Windows you use choco command or chocolatey command, in Red Hat you use yum command or DNF command. Every OS has a different way to install the software, or whatever they want to do. Okay. So same thing. But if you think this container you want to use only once, and you want to run the Python code only once, then you can install manually and use it. But if you think, no, this container I use right now, okay, but my team again want to launch a new container in a day, 100 times they launch container. Why? Because this example, testing team. Okay, then launching the container is 1 second. Here, 1 second they launch. But after launching, doing the setup, installing the Python and many things will take a lot of time. And here to do it manually again. So what I want to do, I want to solve two things. I don't want to do manual. I want to automate. This is first thing I want to solve. And second, even though you do automatically, but it will take time, right, to set up. I also want to save this time. I don't want every time they will download and install. That time also want to save. Okay, so in this case, what you can do, whatever you need always, is vary from project to project, app to app. Okay, you can put everything in your custom image once. And this custom, if you have, then use it. But to yourself, or give to your testing team, other team, you can share also to public also. And this custom image, if anyone launch, they become OS. Right? But in this way, what you find, what you put in the image. Now, what you put in the image, it is your choice. Python or Java or Node or Ruby, Perl, Shell, Bash, database, MySQL, Oracle, Postgres, it's your choice. Okay, so let me show you one demo for this. But to create the custom image, we use a Docker. Understand one thing, guys. Anything, whatever you do in the automation world, we always need a code. Without code, nothing can be automated. And in the Docker world, whenever you want to create a custom image, the way we create the custom image is called Docker file. So Docker file is a kind of Docker programming language. Okay, it's not typically programming language with if or else variables. Okay, for example, every programming language has its own keyword. Like Windows, sorry, C has printf, C plus has C out, Shell has echo for print something. Similarly, Docker also have their own programming language keyword for a specific thing. And those keywords we put in the file, and file name is for Docker file. So let me show you the code very quickly how it works. But it's very simple also. But but you should know your requirement. Without requirement, thing won't work. So let's say, let me give you this demo very quickly. Let's say we have a requirement. My requirement is, let me go to first dockerhub.com. My requirement is, I want to run the app, web app of Python Flask, for example. In the Red Hat. So first check, do we have a Red Hat image available on the net or Docker Hub? By chance they have, by the Red Hat company. Nice. UBI is version 8 of Red Hat. UBI 9 also they have, is version 9. So let's first download this image. Okay, how to download? Just come over here. Let me come out from the system. I'm a base system called Docker host. Okay, Docker, I want to pull Red Hat /UBI 9, whatever the name would be, UBI 9. Enter. So if your system has internet connectivity, then this system will go to internet and download this image. So I'm not pretty sure my internet connectivity is there or not. Let me try to ping. Or we have the script also to check the connectivity, right? So it is there, very slow, but yeah, it is there. So they are pulling here, they're pulling the image. So what they do, we are downloading the image from the Docker registry and storing locally. Okay, so this is called local registry. So this image is what you see. The container will take only 1 second. That is wow part. But the thing that is not wow, that this OS we have to set up according to our requirement. And for this, what we do? We have to do a lot of things manually. Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you guys here is, okay, I'm trying to tell you an approach. Approach is, okay, understand the requirement. If your requirement is you need Red Hat UBI 9 version, so what is this? This would be a base image you need. For on the base image, your second requirement is you need Python. Okay, so does this image come with Python? Maybe not. So then what you have to do? You have to install the Python. Then your requirement, maybe you need a Flask library. Does they come with Flask? Maybe not. So you have to install Flask also. Okay, so first understand the requirement step by step. Okay, then this requirement we can pack together in one package, and this package is called custom image or Docker image. Okay, so for this, let me do it first manually. Image download will take obviously some time from internet, but after image downloaded, then everything is super fast. Image has been downloaded. Now from this image, I am going to launch the container. Launch the container. Okay, container can give the name also, guys, if you want. If you don't give the name, they will take the name randomly. But let me give my container name OS1 from the image called Red Hat UBI 9. So right now, if you see to a base system, there is no container running. But if I hit enter, within a second, your container launch. Again, go to base system, you can see one container launch with this name. With this name. Okay. Now this is a container launch. So this part is super fast. Thing that is not super fast is we need the Python. We don't have. Or sometime in Linux, the Python interpret name is Python 3. By chance they have. So we are lucky. We are lucky. We have the Python. But if Python is not there, then we have to install it. So let me take one different example. Okay. So let me do one thing. Let me exit from this guy. Let me download one more image. I believe this image does not have Python installed. I believe. So the chance maybe some other image might not have Python. If they're Python, that's good. Our time will be saved. But I'm just trying to get a example where they don't have the Python. Then what to do? Okay. But understand, guys, what we are doing, right? Okay. Our goal is, I am a testing team. I have the app given by my developer. I have to run it so I can test. For the running, the minimum requirement is this box. In this box, one thing that is part, because we have images available of Red Hat or of Ubuntu, it's pre-created, so we don't have to create, means time save. Second thing, from this image we launch a container again, 1 second, again time save. So guys, online guys, we have some second, I think, some second of disruption of disconnection of internet. Yeah, but you didn't miss anything. Okay. So because company, team to team, requirement vary. So it is not like this, you always need Python Flask. Sometimes you need something else. Okay, so whatever you need, the approach what I'm going to tell you, okay, will fulfill everything. जो मैं तरीका बता रहा हूं आपको, अप्रोच बता रहा हूं, अगर आपको समझ आ जाती है अभी, तो ऐसी कोई यूज केस नहीं होगा किसी भी कॉर्पोरेट का, आप उसको सोल्व नहीं कर पाओ. The approach is first, do it manually. Always understand one thing, in the automation world, don't go automation directly. Whatever you want in the automation, first do it manually. If you remember guys, in the shell script, what I did, I always create a command in the command line, step by step. After everything working fine, then I copy paste. Always do this. Otherwise, if you do so, any and every problem you can solve, and there will be no bugs, there will be no challenge. But if you start actually adding coding, okay, the thing will always, or most of the chances they fail. Okay, so right now this image I downloaded. Why? Because let's say company requirement is they want Red Hat 8 image. That's all, nothing special. Okay, they want Red Hat 8 image as the base image. Okay, so let me, from this image, I am going to launch a new container with a new name, let's say OS2. So new OS has been launched, you can confirm also. New OS OS2 launch from Red Hat version 8 within a second. Okay, but this is not enough, because we have, let's say we have app in Python, we need Python interpreter. If this guys does not have Python, then what to do? Install the Python. How? Manually. Obviously for this you should know the command, because this is Red Hat, and in Red Hat if you want to install any software, there is a yum command, yum install. Yum is a command in Linux to install any software. And I'm installing the Python version 3. Okay, hit enter. So right now, again, in this case, this software will download from the internet. If you have internet connect in your base system, it will download and install. So technically, what we come to know, to install the Python, we need yum command. Who tell you? There's two ways. Either you're the Linux user, you know already. If you're not the Linux user, then you can ask some Linux guys, they will tell you. Okay, but as a Python guys, so as a Docker guys, you should know this command, because if you does not know the command, how can you install it? So either you know or I ask to someone. Okay, so I'm saying yes, and they're downloading Python version 3.6 in my case. This one part, the Python installed. Okay, but Python is not enough. We need Flask also. Again, guys, this is a random example. But if you know Python, you know Flask is one library, and install any library in the Python, you might know the command. Python has their own command called pip3. Install Flask. So this command will go to internet again, download the Flask library of the Python, Flask library for the web development, or web app or full stack, whatever you say, and they install for you. So next thing is, you should know this command. Or you ask someone, they'll tell you, hey, this is the way to install the library of the Python. But why this library? Because my developer told me they need this library to run the app. So understand guys the link. So we have to ask the developer, hey, what do you want? Flask? I'll get it done for you in the Docker. But you don't know the command name? You ask to Linux guys, can you tell me the command? This is pip3 install command for Flask. Okay, so this is how thing is working or coordinating. Okay, now Flask is there. You can confirm also pip3 list command. You can say Flask has been installed. Now next thing is what to do. You contribute developer. And technically, who are you? I am a testing team right now. So I am the one who launched the container. I am the one who installed the Python. I am the one who installed the Flask library. Why? Because I can contribute to my developer and get the code. Why to get the code? To run the code. Okay. So next thing, what to do? If you ask the developer, they will get the code, or they will put the code in GitHub. Okay. Let's say I know the code already. Let me create the code by myself. Okay. So I'm just creating this code just for quick test. So what I'm doing, I'm creating one folder here. Let's say my app. Okay. This is a folder I'm creating. I'm going to this folder. I'm into this folder, present working directory. Guys, understand this is my base system, not Docker. I'm just trying to simulate the environment. Environment is, let's say you somehow get the code from the developer, or you download it. This is what I'm trying to create here. Okay. So so here I'm going to create a code by myself. Let's say code is called app.py. It's a Python code. Okay. Don't worry about anything of Python. They are not going to ask anything of Python in this job. The job will come after 4 days. But I'm just creating this example just to quick test. Okay. So in this app, I'm going to load one module with the Flask function, and I'm calling this function Flask in my current namespace and creating the app. Okay. Mostly in the programming language we always run the function. I'm calling the Linux function, and when the function call, we return something, and we return welcome to Linux world. .. That's all. And because this is web app guys, we always call with some URL, and there we write in the slash www.google.com/search/mail. So I want whenever this app call, the final path or route would be let's say slash search or /info. Okay. So this is a guy's Flask library. If you guys don't know, that's okay. You don't have to create this. Who will give you? Your developer will give you. And finally, I'm going to run this app. That's all. Run this app. Okay. And normally, guys, when you run the app, Flask run the app in local system. So if you guys might know one thing, every OS has the local IP. So if you run ifconfig command is a command in Linux to show and check the IP addresses. Okay. Every OS in the world has a network card called LO. This is called loopback card or localhost card, having this IP address. This IP address is the local IP. Sometimes your system want to connect to themselves. We use this IP. तो अगर आपको खुद से connect करना है, तो we use this IP address. Okay, but this IP address we can't use to connect to other systems. Okay, we don't use. To connect the other system, we use a different network card, this one, having some other IP addresses. So in one OS, you have multiple network cards. Okay, any card that look like this one, ENP0S3 or ETA0, every OS have different name of the network card. Okay, so what is network card? You know, is Wi-Fi network card or normal network card. With a network card, you can't able to connect to internet or any system, right, over the network. Okay, so In this system of Linux, I have this network card. Your network card name will be different. I have this IP address. This IP address we use to connect other computers. But this network card, we can't use to connect other computer. We can only connect to ourselves. So don't worry, guys. Maybe today in the evening around 7 o'clock, we have some networking classes today. We're going to start. We'll talk that point in time in more detail. Okay, but why I'm discussing this point to you, because right now this app launched in localhost. So if someone want to connect from outside world, it won't connect. So for this, I'm going to run one keyword here, host, that you can connect from anywhere. So 0.0 is special IP. There may be any. Okay, anyone can connect. That is the meaning of this number. So 0.0.0 is a special IP address. Okay, we never assign this IP to any computer. This IP has a meaning. Meaning is any. Anyone can connect. Either from local host or anyone from outside world host. Okay, that's what we are writing here. So you don't have to type this. Okay, neither Docker guys, neither scripting guys, neither Linux guys. ये आपकी responsibility नहीं है. ये कोड कौन बनाएगा? Python developer बनाएगा. आपको क्या करेगा? वो दे देगा. Okay, आपको बस डाउनलोड करके कॉपी करना है. तो मान लीजिए मैं डाउनलोड करके कॉपी यहाँ कर लिया है. I already downloaded and copied somewhere here. What is this computer? The base computer. But where you want to run this code? In the container. Which container? This container. So you have to first copy this code into the container. So let me go to container first. But in the container, where to copy? Let's say in the container, I'm going to get one folder. Let's say or let's say app folder. So in the container, I get this folder. Right now, this folder is empty. Okay. So I want to copy my code here. How to copy? So guys, this is the container D5. You see here D5. This is a base system. The base system. So from base system, if you want to copy anything in the container, then we have a command called docker cp command. And I say we have this file in the same folder, this file, same folder, in the base system, take this file, go to this container having this ID, you can use the name also, OS2, go to this container, then colon, in this container, we have created one folder called /app, copy to /app. And here there is no space, container name or ID, colon, and the folder name. When you hit enter, your code or your file or image or video, PDF, whatever you have, it will copy from base system to the container. Where? To this path. Okay. Who will copy this code? The testing team. From where they get the code? From the developer. Okay. And why do you want to copy? Because they want to run here. Copy, right? Because till the time your code does not come to your OS, you won't be able to run. ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है कि आपके विंडोज में कोड ही नहीं आप रन कर लो. कोड गिटहब में है तो पहले कॉपी करना पड़ेगा तब रन हो. गिटहब से रन नहीं होने वाला है. So you have to first copy your code to OS, then only you can run. That's what I write in the diagram. You have to first copy the code. And after copy, you can execute and run. Then how can I execute? Again, simple. This is Python code. So you can say Python 3. I want to run this. Okay, who run this code? Again, the testing team. Okay, but what is the command? Maybe they does not know. They've asked the developer. Developer can tell me what is the command to run the app. So developer will tell the testing team, and testing will run this program. But guys, here everything in the container, right? When I hit enter, app will run. There is no error. So app has been started, and the Flask also gives the URL. If you click on this URL, okay, browser will open, and you can see, or the testing team can see, app is running. App is running. So the launching, and you can see app is running. If I write the code right, but it's not running, Because in my code, I write my URL, let's go route, is not slash. By default, they take slash. Okay, my URL is info. Okay, who tells this? Developer. And you can see output gonna come, right? So who am I? I am a testing team. What I'm doing? I'll open the URL in the browser. If you all open, output come up. It means website is working fine. I've tested. Okay, but who tells this URL? Your developer. Because developer is the one who write in the code, that the URL is simple. This is also known as path or the route. When anyone come to this route, they will display this message by running this also. Okay, so understand one thing, guys. Understand the responsibilities. Writing this code is the responsibility of the developer. Okay, then after this, all the responsibility is belongs to the testing team because they want to test, or the production team if they want to run the production environment. And what they have to do, they have to first launch the image, install the Python, install the library, then copy the app. Okay, copy the app to one of the folder in the container, which folder you created. First they have to create the folder also. So they have to create the folder, then copy this app to this folder. Let's be some name, let's say same name maybe. Then they have to run this app. So understand one thing. Now, launching the OS within a second is an interesting thing we achieve from the Docker. But after this, what you see are manual, right? I've done everything manually. But we don't want manual, we want automation. Then you can do automation with self-scripting. Why not? Automation can be the self-scripting. We can put the command in self-scripting, we run the code, thing will be done automatically. But challenge is not only automation. If you ask to self-scripting, do run the command automatically, self-script run it, but self-script what they do? They will first download the Python, install for you, download the Flash, install for you. It will also take time, right? Right now we have only two software, but we have multiple software maybe. It takes maybe half an hour to download and install. I want this time to be saved. So what I can do, because I know base image we need always ready date, Python we always need, Flash we always need, directory we always create. Okay, so why not put everything into the image? And rather than use the base image, use our image. This is called custom image. This is the goal. So this is the reason why we need the custom image. Because if everything put the custom image, is one-time setup. That this image I can use, I can share to my team. And the go, you guys know the power of custom image. If you have the custom image, from the custom image, launching the container is 1 second. Within a second, everything will be there. Because we put everything pre-set into the image. Okay. तो हमें automation तो करना ही करना है. Automation में challenge है. नहीं कंप्यूटर करता है, कंप्यूटर की स्पीड से करता है, पर कंप्यूटर की स्पीड भी वेरी करती है, राइट? इंस्टॉलेशन में टाइम लगेगा, नेट पे डाउनलोड टाइम लगेगा. तो उस टाइम को भी बचाने के लिए कि हमें हर जगह टाइम बचाना है, जो काम हमें हमेशा चाहिए उसको हम क्लोन कर लेंगे. यहाँ पे एक इमेज में बंडल बना देंगे. और इमेज की खास बात क्या है डॉकर की? एक इमेज से कंटेंट लॉन्च करने में हमेशा कितनी भी बड़ी इमेज क्यों ना हो, कितना भी कुछ उसमें क्यों ना हो, वो 1 सेकंड ही लेता है बस. तो द प्रॉब्लम है सॉल्व, ऑटोमेट भी हो गया एंड टाइम भी सेव हो गया. ओके, और उसके लिए आपको पता होना चाहिए करना क्या है. करना क्या है, वो करना क्या है वो आप अकेले नहीं करते हो. You involve multiple guys. Okay, you ask developer what command to use, ask Linux guys or other guys what command to use. So we work with a team as a collab, get all the information, pull information somewhere here, let's say. It will give the idea, step by step idea. Now after getting this idea, okay, now we can create the custom image. And to create the custom image, we use a concept called called Docker file. Okay, now how we can create the custom image? Okay, again मैं repeat कर रहा हूँ guys, हम जो चाहते थे हो गया, ऐप रन हो गई, चैलेंज ऐप रन करना नहीं है, ऐप को रन करने के लिए मैं कंट्रोल सी रोक रहा हूं, मैंने बहुत कुछ किया, अभी ये मुझे हटाना है, ये मुझे नहीं करना है। ऐसा क्यों? क्योंकि जैसे मैं कंटेंट से बाहर आऊंगा, कंटेंट स्टॉप हो गया, ओके, और नॉर्मली हमारे जो जो टेस्टिंग टीम होती है वो बाहर आने के बाद इन कंटेनर को उड़ा देती है आरएम कमांड से। उड़ा दिया तो रन भी होगा नहीं, और वापस से ऐप का नया वर्जन आया, दे हैव टू अगेन रीलॉन्च द न्यू कंटेनर। अब इस कंटेनर में क्या है? कुछ भी नहीं, अगेन सब कुछ शुरू से करना पड़ेगा। और ये दिन में हम हजारों बार करते हैं, दिन में वीक में गूगल 1 बिलियन बार करता है। ओके, कितना इन्वेस्ट हो जाएगा? फाइनल मोटे ऐप रन करना है तो उसके लिए क्या चाहिए, दे दो ना पहले से। ओके, सो दैट इज द रीजन वी हैव टू क्रिएट द custom page. Okay, for this we're going to use the Docker file. Okay, and Docker file is a kind of code, so we have to create a Docker file. So what I'm doing, it's good practice, wherever you have the code, your app code, that is you downloaded by the developer or from the developer, use same folder. वो फोल्डर जहां पे आपका कोड डाउनलोड किया है आपने या करने वाले हो, सेम फोल्डर में ही जाके आप डॉकर फाइल बनाएं। Okay, just create Docker file. It will compulsory, but good practice. Why? You'll see in a minute. Okay, and then okay, whatever you are doing manually, whatever you did, you launched this OS container manually, right, with Docker run command. Now Docker file give you keyword. This keyword will launch this container from this image automatically. And name of the keyword is called from keyword. From is a keyword in the Docker file. It's a one language. Docker file you can think is a one kind of language. They give this keyword and say, whenever you use from keyword, I will take this image and launch the container. So what I have done by myself, here what I did myself, this command run automatically by this keyword. And how I know this keyword? You obviously don't have to memorize this keyword. Memorize this keyword. You just go to Docker file keywords list, something like this. There's a link you will get from the Docker document. And from here you can see they have a lot of keyword. One of the keyword is from. Okay, and if you click on the from, they'll tell you that this will take the base image to launching the new, get the new image. Okay, that's what we are using from, and then the image name. If the version, you can use the version also. Okay, now, so understand one thing, guys. After you launch this image as a container, what you did? You did this part, right? This part. So we can do same thing in the Docker file. Docker file, I want to run this command. But last time you run. But now this time who will run? Docker will run. Docker file will run. So for this we have run keyword. So this container will launch automatically. And inside this container, this command will run. Okay, who will run? The run keyword. So you can see here in the document, you find there's one keyword available. That's called run keyword. Execute command. Command. Then which command to run? This command. Okay. So again, we have a run keyword. Run pip3 install flask. Run command. Okay. Now after this, what you want to do? I want to create a directory. Okay, I want to create a directory. Again, you can run the run command. Run, create the directory. Okay. But guys, one more way we can create a directory, because it is very common practice, guys, in the development world. Okay, when you create an app have multiple files. So you will never find one app created on one file. We have HTML file, we have CSS, we have JavaScript, we have PHP, images, we have videos, a lot of file, and normally all the file we put together in one folder. Let's go workspace or working directory. It's very common in the app world. We put everything together in one folder. That is known as working directory. So directory either you can get in this way, or there's one more way. We have extra keyword for this. Keyword for this. It's called work directory. Working directory. And this keyword has a specific use. I tell you why. What? So we can create the working directory with work directory. Okay, because when you create a directory by yourself, okay, you first create a directory, then you need to go inside to command you run, right? A work directory guys will do all the things together. They create a directory for you, and they go inside also. Okay, so either you can do it these two things manually by yourself, or other way would be you can you can do it by one keyword. Both the things are right. So I'm going to use a keyword called work directory. Then what to do? You have to copy, and for this we use docker copy command, but here we have copy keyword. Copy keyword. And I tell this guy, now guys, understand one small thing. Right now, I'm into base system in this folder, and this is a folder where I have the app, and this same folder I am creating the Docker file. So I'll tell the Docker file, whenever we run you, wherever you are, okay, from the same folder you can find this file. Okay, so take this file from the same folder and then copy to this folder. This folder. Okay, so that is one of the reasons why I put Docker file and this file in the same folder. Otherwise, you have to give the entire path. Okay, so again, I'm repeating. In my base system, I'm in this folder, and what I write in the Docker file. Okay, when you're creating a new image, okay, go to base system in the same location. This go source, and a new image. Copy this file code into this folder. This folder you already created. But in a base system, if your code is recorded somewhere else, then you can give the path also. That's also work. Okay, this is one point. Okay, but it is your choice. Okay, this file is there in the base system. You want to copy with same name, other name, it's your choice. Let me create with different name. There's no confusion. That's okay. But one more thing, guys. Working directory say, because we are going to put everything in this folder into the image. So whenever you want to give the path, you don't need to give the path. We automatically consider this is the whenever you do any copy, anything remove, whatever you do, they will take this as a kind of basic or default path. Okay, so you don't need to write any path here. So you understand this file, they will copy in the image or the container to this folder. Okay, you don't have to give the path. Okay, and last thing what you have to do is run the code. Run the code. So understand one thing, guys, very important. This is very important concept. Please, everyone concentrate, because this is very important concept. Every time they ask, and in the first go, it mostly give the confusion. Mostly give the confusion. Please understand, everyone. Okay, please take a focus. Don't write, don't do anything. Okay. If you have any program in the hard disk, okay, running any program in the hard disk is impossible. You can't run any program in the hard disk, right? To run any program, you first load the program into the RAM memory. Then only you can able to execute and run. I think this part you know, right? That means if your system is shut down, there is no RAM. If system shut down, you can't put anything in the RAM. It's impossible. Think. If you shut down your laptop and if I ask you just go and put some data on the RAM, load some program on the RAM, it is not possible. But if your system is shut down, okay, your data is still there in the hard disk. If system is shut down, still you can copy and remove the data from the hard disk. Hard disk like a pen drive. That is possible. So putting the data in the hard disk, removing data from the hard disk, changing it in the hard disk, copy any program in the hard disk is possible. For running any program in the hard disk is not possible. For this, you first power on the computer, boot the OS. After boot the OS, then RAM will activate. After RAM activate, then we can execute the program by loading the program from the hard disk to RAM. This is what I believe you know. Okay, and why I'm saying this? Because the image what you are creating or any image what you have, it is more like a hard disk. Image is equals to your hard disk. Hard disk. Okay, it means whatever you are putting in the image, technically you are putting in the hard disk. But what are they in the image? It won't run till the time you won't boot the OS. In our case, the boot the OS means from the image you have to launch the container. Okay, it means from the image, if you don't launch the container, none of the program that is available in the image you can able to run it. Right? Let me show you again from the diagram. Okay, in the image, this called container image I'm talking about. We're talking about if you have a command or program called date, it won't run. For example, I have this image with me. Let's say this one. This image is a date command, and I say go and run it. It won't possible. To run the date command, what to do? From this image, you first boot this image as an operating system, start this image as an operating system, this called run as a OS or the container. Container. Then after OS launch, then you can run the date command. The container launch like OS. OS means they load in the RAM. That you know. Let me show you again. Docker run it Ubuntu 14.04, whatever it would be. Now OS launch, they load in the RAM. Now anything that is available in this image, we can run it. So program will run only when the OS will launch. OS is running in the RAM. And any OS or any program that run on the RAM, that time is known as runtime. So from the image, when you launch the container, this time is known as runtime. And in the runtime only, you can able to run any program or any app. Any app. Okay. Why I'm telling this point to you? Because according to our requirement, we have to run the app. We have to run the app. For running the app, we have a command. When this command will run? This command will run only when the container will launch. But right now we use Docker file. I am using Docker file. Okay. Docker file is a way to create the custom image that I explained to you. And the coding that I'm doing is a Docker file. And coding I'm doing so I can create a new image. And creating the new image is known as build. Build the new image. And for building, you're going to run this code, run this Docker file, compile this code, build this code. When you do build, they only create the image. It is more like you go to a hard disk or pen drive and copying software. Okay, copying software. But the time you're copying the software in the hard disk, it means when you run this command, you're copying the Python software in the hard disk, copying the Flash software in the hard disk. You're not running it. Okay, and this time is known as build time. So from the Docker file, when I run this file in a minute, I'll show you in a minute. This time is called build time. In the build time, you can only create a folder, copy a file, remove the file, copy the software, install the software, because they are doing everything in the hard disk. But the build time, when you try to run any program, it won't work as such. For this, from the image, you will launch a container. This is called runtime. So there are two types of time. From the code, if you create an image or custom image, this is called build time. And from the image, we'll launch a container after image create. The contains the main OS, they load in the RAM. This is called runtime. Okay, why it is important to note here? Because according to our requirement, okay, these part what you see here, this part we have to do at the build time. And this part is the only part I have to run at the runtime. After image create, and from the image when they launch the container, that's the time I want this program to run. If OS is not there, container is not there, so how can you launch the app? So this command I want to run. I will run with the Docker file. This command I will run only when from the image container will launch. So for this we have a specific keyword. Keyword. If you notice here, the run keyword is called execute command at the build time. Right? So when you run the run keyword, they run the command at the build time. Okay? Build time. But there is one more command in Docker file. This command called cmd. cmd. This is a command that run at the runtime when container launch from the image. From image container launch means OS start. And when OS start, which command do you want to run? It's called runtime. So this is the only command in our case that I want to run at the runtime, that we have to use cmd keyword. The point is in Docker file, if you want to run any command, yum command, pip command, python command, is a command, right? Okay, some command will run with the run keyword, some command will run with the cmd keyword. Okay, both keyword can use to run. Again, I'm repeating, run command से क्या करना चाहते हो? ओके, आप चाहते हो कि इमेज से जो कंटेंट लॉन्च हो, ओएस चालू हो जाए, उसके बाद कौन सा प्रोग्राम रन करना है? वो मोस्टली एपी रन करते हैं, तो आप लगाओगे cmd कीवर्ड में, उसको रन टाइम। और जो इमेज बनाते हैं उसमें क्या क्या है, फाइल, कोड, सॉफ्टवेयर को कॉपी करना, इंस्टॉल करना है, वो हम करते हैं एक बार, उसको बिल्ड टाइम, उसके लिए हम कीवर्ड यूज करेंगे रन कीवर्ड। So this is very common question asked every time. Difference run keyword and the cmd keyword. दोनों का हम कमांड रन करना ही होता है, पर दोनों कमांड अपने अलग अलग टाइम पर रन करती है। तो जब इस कोड को हम कंपाइल करेंगे, तो देखना जो कीवर्ड रन कीवर्ड है वही कमांड रन होगी। ओके, ऐसा मानना कि आपके हार्ड डिस्क में सॉफ्टवेयर कॉपी हो रहा है, रन नहीं हो रहा, इमेज बन जाएगी, इमेज से हम कंटेंट लॉन्च करेंगे, उसमें से एक ही कमांड रन होगी, सिर्फ cmd वाली, बाकी कुछ रन नहीं होगी, कि बाकी ऑलरेडी में सब कुछ है पहले से। तो ये रन और cmd कीवर्ड में डिफरेंस है। ओके, see more example, you become comfortable on it. Okay, so this guy is called Docker file. Okay, but guys, understand one thing. In Docker file, these are the 4-5 main keywords. There's more keyword we have, but the main keyword are these. Mostly we use this. When you practice 1 or 2 times, it becomes very comfortable. You become very comfortable. But the main thing is the steps, what you're doing. And this step will come by this approach, the way I explained to you. Explain to you. And here in this approach, you have to work together with multiple teams. Some will tell something, some will tell something. Put together, convert the steps, and then slowly convert the step into Docker file. Okay, let me save this file. Okay, and to run this file, we have a command called docker build command. And because right now we are going to create our own image, then the option called T. T means target image. Which image you want to create? Give the name. So let's say I'm giving the name, let's say Linux World Web is image name. You can give any name because this is your image, you can give any name. Because this is your image, you can give any version, let's say V1 as a version. Version. And then you tell the path where the Docker file located. In my case, the path is my effort. My folder. So this is the folder where Docker file located. You don't have to give the file name. But build command automatically pick Docker file only. So that is the reason guys, this code you write only in Docker file, where D is capital. Otherwise it won't work. Okay, that's all. So what we are creating, guys, we are creating a new image. जब हम लोग पहली बार साइकिल चलाना सीखते हैं ना, और जब सिखाता है तो पता कभी कार वार सीखी हो तो ड्राइविंग क्लास वाला भाई क्या गियर कहाँ दबा रहा है, कौन सा पैर कहाँ चल रहा है, तो समझ नहीं आता, वो वैसा हवा में रहते हैं लोग. ओके, तो बार बार जब देखते हैं कुछ ट्राई मारते हैं, फिर धीरे धीरे लगता है हाँ अब तो आने वाला. अभी भी ऐसा हो रहा होगा आपके साथ कि क्या चीज हो रही है, कहाँ जा रही है, क्या हो रहा है. ओके, ऐसे ही होता है हर न्यू लर्निंग में ऐसे ही होता है. इसका मतलब नहीं, इसका मतलब ये नहीं तो आप कर नहीं पाओगे, इतना सोचता है कि ऐसा ही होता है. इसको बार बार देखेंगे, बार बार सुनेंगे. दिस हाउ द ह्यूमन न्यूरोसाइंस वर्क. If you see one thing again and again with multiple view and multiple angle, and keep on trying small by you become comfortable. अच्छा अब तो ठीक है, सिंपल चीज. अब तो मैं बिना देखे ही गियर चल जाता है, पैर में क्लच एक्सीलरेटर सब लग जाता है, सब ऑटोमेटिक चलता है, कुछ करना नहीं पड़ता. Then it become auto process. Why I'm saying this? Because हो सकता है कहीं को लग रहा होगा ऐसा. I understand कि first time when you're learning this concept, any new concept, this would happen. इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ कि डीमोटिवेट नहीं होना है. ठीक है, सुनते रहना है, जितना भी समझ में आए, नहीं आए कोई दिक्कत नहीं, बार बार देखेंगे, करेंगे, you become comfortable. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Cool. So these are images we have already. I'm going to get my new image. That's what I'm doing here by this command. Enter. Now this command is creating the new image here. They're running the command, all the command at the build time. At the build time. And finally you can see your new image will create. Okay, and if you notice that the steps here, 2 by 5, 1 by 5. It means the file, in this file, you will see this is step number 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5. Let's say at the build time we are going to run 5 steps. So out of 5 steps, step number 1 is done. They launch the container. Step 2 they are doing, but they fail. Okay, so this command fail. Why they fail? There is reason. Okay, understand one thing, guys. Right now, I am building an image in automated way. It's automation. And there's one rule in the automation. Automation say whatever you're doing in the automation, we does not want any human intervention. Any command whichever need human interaction, for example, echo is a command. What you say, it print. They does not ask any human being to interact. But there's one command called passwd in Linux. When you hit this command said, जब तक इंसान मुझसे कुछ बोलेगा नहीं मैं आगे बढ़ूंगी नहीं. This command known as human intervention command or interactive command. In the automation world, if you use this command, your script will stop there, hang there. In automation, there is no human being. After they stop for some time, they fail. So the rule is in the automation world, okay, don't use any command who take the input from the keyboard. If they take the input from the keyboard, do something. For example, if you look at yum command, yum is one of the command in Linux. If you install any software like that, example, I'm installing one random software, dialog, random name. Okay, when they run the yum command, they always ask yes or no. And if you don't tell yes, by the way, this software is already there, but they ask yes or no. If you don't say yes, it fails. So if you're running the command manually, I can say yes by the keyboard. But if you're running this command by Docker file, so they say I am waiting for yes or no, someone is not there, I about it. So what to do? Nothing. You'd ask the yum command by going to manual of the yum command and say yum command, yum command, do you have any way that when you run, you don't ask yes or no? With a yes, with asking, by default, treat yes. So if you go to yum manual, then you come to know yes, they have the option called hyperby. Because this is not the Docker option, this is yum command option. Password command have different option maybe, other command have different option maybe, depend upon what command you're using. But pip command does not ask yes or no. So this is called non-interactive command we can use in the scripts. Okay, otherwise, in any automation way, maybe Docker or many other way also, any command they are non-interactive, we can use. Any command interactive means they interact with you, we can't use. You have to change something by putting some options. And how to find the option? Go to manual. So this was the error, guys, coming that point in time. Let me again run the build command. So first step is doing, second step is running now. Now you will see this command will run. Technically what they're doing, the thing what we did manually, they launched the container, inside the container they're installing the Python, then they're installing the Flask, then they get the directory, then the copy, everything done automatically. The big thing is this first time process only. It might take some time here. But now this time they're putting everything in the image. After having the image, next time you don't have to build. This image you can keep on using again and again and again. This idea. See how the third step is doing. And fifth step done, an image has been created. Even though guys, if you see there's some warning, some error. Error. Why this error is? Okay, because of CMD keyword. Because the CMD keyword we write something wrong. But it's vary from Docker version to Docker version. This version of Docker, they say, this is not the syntax of CMD. What is syntax? I don't know. I'll go to the document. I know, but this is the practice. Go to document, check what is the current syntax. So they say this is syntax. Okay, you have to put your command name and then your arguments. So here syntax would be in the square bracket, this is executable with command name, then comma, then your arguments, then close. Some version of Docker they support one that I did, but some versions support this. Mostly they support this syntax. Okay. So if you notice that one thing, I know the final steps of it. I can directly run the final one, but I intentionally trying to give the error. So you by looking at the error, you come to know how to troubleshoot. Troubleshooting is a very important key. If you're good in troubleshooting, then you are eligible for many other jobs also. And the best way to troubleshoot is look at the error, try to rectify the error, then solve it. Same time learning also do the same way. Okay, step by step doing it, see the error, solve it, then go next step, see the error, solve it. Now done, fantastic, no error, no warning, an image has been created with this name. So in this lab here, we have created our own image first time, new image, custom image without download from internet with this name called Wablo Web with V1 and we get just now. Okay, now it means whatever your testing team now have to do, okay, now they don't need to do the step again and again. They have the base OS with them, they have the Python, Flask, everything pre-installed. And if you guys get everything in the image, now from the image, launching the container is not big deal. For example, right now, in my case, I am running with no container. I have this image with me. The Docker, now onward, I am going to launch a new container. Okay, from the image called LW Web with V1. That's all. And that's one thing, guys. From the image, when you launch a container, this is called runtime. And the runtime, guys, they will run one command automatically. Which command they run? They run the command what is I wrote in CMD. This command. And what this command? This command will launch the app. Because why are you launching the OS? To run the app. So I also मुझे ये भी नहीं चाहिए कि पहले मैं OS को लॉन्च करूं फिर जाके ऐप को रन करूं. जब मेरा फाइनल मोटो ही ऐप को रन करना है तो सीधे कर लो ना. तो जैसे मैं ऐप कंटेनर लॉन्च करूंगा ऐप अपने आप लॉन्च हो जाएगी, वो भी ऑटोमेटिक हो जाएगा. That's what we write as CMD keyword. Okay, so you see guys, as you hit enter, your Flask app will launch automatically. See here, they launch automatically. So OS भी चालू हो गया. How I know? If you run the docker ps command, you can see new OS started with some ID. But they also show you which command they run automatically. Your CMD command. So as soon as the OS start, your app also start. Okay, and now they give the URL also. Flask give the URL. Click on this URL. You can see app is working because I have created the /info as a route. Okay. This time, guys, the app is running, but behind the scenes, this app is running in the container technology. By looking at the front end, it's front end, right? Nobody can come to know where the app is running in VM, virtualization in the cloud, or in the bare metal, or in the container. तो हो सकता है गाइज आप लोग जब नेटफ्लिक्स पे जाते हो सकता है वो रन करता हो वीएम पे, और जो जीमेल पे लॉगिन करते हो सकता है जीमेल चल रहा होगा कंटेनर. क्लाइंट को कभी नहीं पता होता है कि वो ऐप कहाँ है. अंडरलाइन टेक्नोलॉजी क्या होते हैं, ऑपरेशन टीम होती है, they decide where to run the app. But here in my case, I launched the app in the container. Why? Because I am the testing team. I have to do this thing 100%. Okay. So if I have the image with me as a Docker, I can launch very quickly, very quickly from the image to container. And not only one. For example, maybe one more terminal you can open. You can launch one more time. Docker run IT my web or what a name, I think LW web, I believe. V1. Okay. So good thing is one click OS launch. But this time not OS is launching. See, understand? They launched the OS called Red Hat. On the top of this, they already have Python and Flask. Plus we have app code also. Plus what they did? They launched the app also. Everything is completely fast and automated. And because this is a new container, so this is a different container, this is a different container, so they have all different IP also. See, IP3. Because this is a different container, this is IP2. Because container like a real OS. So Docker gives every OS a different IP address. So I click this, it becomes a new OS. By chance both have the same code. You can see the same output. But this is a different IP address, this is a different IP address. This is used by maybe testing team, this is used by other testing team, this is used by different production environment. Guys, one time image created, you give to testing team, you give to production team, you give to other team, everyone can check, everyone use. How to share? I'll show you the way how to share. Okay, so I think you guys got the idea, right? And we do Control C, stop. One more thing I want to tell you guys. Mostly, it is very common thing. Whenever you launch the OS, we always launch the OS to run the app. And app is the one thing that always run and keep on running for hours and for the days and for the years. Okay, and that is the reason, guys, when I launch a container, this container launch app. Okay, app is one thing keep on running. So guys, keep on running. And because they keep on running, so I won't get the next command prompt. Okay, so in this case, either keep on running this guy, but you won't get the next command prompt to run other commands. So in this case, let me do Control C to stop. In this case, either you can use this symbol the way I told you Linux, run the background. But the better practice would be Docker give the option. Docker say any program that run continuously forever, or kind of for long time, okay, put this program in the background. It's called detached mode. Also known as demonize. Demonize means demon means running in the background. The D option we can use. Either you can D here or you can D put D here at the same thing. At this point in time, you can see there is no container running. But if you hit enter, you can see you again come back to base system again. So you can run other commands. But behind the scene, your container is run. Run. But the point is container running, how you know the IP address then? With IP address, how you can connect? So Docker is the one who launched the container. So Docker is the one who gives the IP to container. So there is a command in Docker called Docker inspect. And here you can give the container name or the container ID. This will tell you, okay, everything about the container. Because Docker is the one who launched the container, so they know what is IP. So when you hit enter, they tell you the IP of this container is 2. And if you to know the IP address, you go here, type the URL, and you get the site. Okay. So inspect command we can use. Okay. So that's all, guys. Right now we have many more things to do in the Docker file. Docker file is is very big. Many more concepts we are going to learn in the Docker file in some time. But I think this is a good example we have created. Don't worry, you guys does not need to know anything about the Python. I intensified this example just to show you the flow of the code. Otherwise, it would be more like a theoretical. So I created some real scenario to not to emphasize on the Flask or the Python, just to emphasize on okay the logic of Docker file and how we use it. Okay, so this is the whole idea. You have to practice this, take 10 to 15 minutes. Then we have quickly have a quiz. Then we can go for lunch. Okay, and obviously LinkedIn post. Any query? I think you are asking something. Done, right? Fantastic. Is anyone any query?
To print the output, we don't want to save the output, we directly want to redirect the output to the another terminal, like in this terminal. So what we can do, we just open another terminal, check the ID of this terminal. Okay, it's less this device ID is 0. Okay, so what we can do, we can open our SSH terminal. Let me do one thing, Control C. We can directly use /etc/passwd and redirect this output to /dev/pts0. My this terminal is different. This is another OS. It's my Windows. Okay, and the output will be printed in the guest OS. Okay, same like we can also redirect this output in another terminal. Like this is my. You can also redirect this output. Like if you know about we have we don't have permission to another user to see this file. Like if you know about no shell no no shell nahi वो नहीं. If you know about cache/etc/wd file, if you log in with normal user, like I log in with Linux world, okay, if I try to read this file, I have permission, but we have one shadow file also. If you try to read this file, shadow file, we don't have permission. But what we can do, we have some requirement that we want to show this, we want to read this file. So what we can do, without giving the permission of this file, what we can do, we can use another terminal, check the tty command, using check the ID of this terminal, come to the terminal where we have root user login, just cat/etc/shadow. Okay, you can see we can able to read. Then we will redirect this output to /dev/pts/1. This is Linux folder. They don't have permission to read this file. But what we do, we just redirect the output of this command to the particular terminal. Okay, like in sir told about we have multi-user operating system, so you can use alt control alt F3 to switch the what you call console. So here if I log in with, let me first do one thing. This is I think the idea of this console is PTS devs. Let me check. Let me log in and check the ID. Is TTY3 dev TTY3. Then exit. Let me exit. I am not logging in this terminal. But if I directly use SSH and then simply dev slash TTY3, you don't need to log in also. You can still see the output. Okay. So if your requirement to transfer the output from this terminal to this terminal, you can use this trick. Okay. It will work in SSH like my one system is in Mumbai and second system in Jaipur. You can also transfer the output in same way. You can check the ID of that particular terminal and you can do this thing. Okay. Anyone have any question? Which? Okay, Docker file. Yes, you are talking about Docker file. So yes, just give me a 5 minutes, then I will explain you the Docker file. Okay. Using this way, you can also transfer the, if you want to transfer the standard error to the another terminal, you can use the same way we use and symbol and double greater than. Okay, if you want to transfer the error, you can use same way. Like if I want to transfer this error, so it will be printed on the another terminal. Okay. I am creating one directory, my app, mkdir my app. Okay, cd my app. Okay. So if you know about Docker file, if you know about Docker file, we have one from keyword, Then if you want to copy the files, we can use copy keyword, we can use run keyword. Then we have cmd keyword, or if you want to run another command, you can use cmd keyword, like that. Okay. So in cmd file, docker file, okay, when we run docker run command, docker run, let me check which images I have. So I have CentOS set. Okay, so let me use CentOS set. So when you run docker run -it CentOS 8. Okay, so the answer here is docker run command is used for launching the new container. Okay, but here the main thing, what what is the relationship between docker run keyword, docker run command and cmd keyword? Okay, when we create any image, we have cmd keyword. And if you know about docker run command, they always use cmd keyword in docker file. Means which keyword they written in the cmd file, by default they always launch the image. And means when we launch the container, by default they always run the command which is written in the cmd keyword. Like if you check docker run -it CentOS, if you check the stage of this, uh, if you check the stage of this image, like you can use docker history command, you can use CentOS colon 8, CentOS colon 8. If you check the docker file of this CentOS 8, you can see here we have one cmd keyword, and what in the cmd keyword they return slash bin bash. Okay, means when the container launch with docker run command, they always run this command. And someone says that we can override. Yes, we can override. You can use the, like we want to don't run the bash command, we can directly run date command. Okay, sorry, we can directly run date command. It will override the cmd keyword and run the date command and give the output and exit the docker container. Okay, but what if we create the image, like we have docker file, if you create the image and we don't provide the cmd keyword, we remove it. So here most of the time what they do, we are using some base image, we are using base image. And like if we are creating the docker file using the CentOS 8 image, if you use CentOS 8 here, okay, then if you don't provide the cmd keyword, it will run the cmd keyword of your base image which you are using, like from keyword we are using CentOS 8, so it will run the cmd keyword of CentOS 8. Okay, if you don't provide the cmd keyword, it will run, but it will use the cmd keyword of your base image, which is now we are using CentOS 8. It will run. Try karo. Uh, it, okay. Bit 2, if you don't use like RHL as well as, yes, you can use RHL 9 also. You, like we have, you can use Docker images. You can check the images here. We have RHL 8. You can also use the RHL 9. Okay, no problem. Bit 2, if you don't if you know about Docker run command, okay, so docker run command always look for the cmd keyword which like if you check the history of CentOS 8, okay, it will check, it will always check the stage of the image, which CMD keyword they use. Okay, when we run the docker run command, it will always use the CMD keyword. You can override with passing the argument in last. We can pass the command in last, like in this way. It will override the CMD keyword. Okay, and someone is asking about explain docker file. So if you open the docker file, okay, so here we can, in from keyword we use to define the base image, which from which image we want to create our custom image. Like we are using Red Hat 8 to set up our Python application, Python Flask application. So here we can define the base image which we want to use. Okay, then we have copy keyword. Using this keyword, you can copy the file from your system. Got it, but if you check the, if you want to copy the files from your base system to the custom image which you are going to create, so you can use the copy keyword. Then if you want to run any specific command, you can use run keyword. Okay, so all these commands are gonna run at a build time when we are building the image. Okay, but when we launch the image using the docker run command is not is known as runtime. At that time, which command you want to run? Okay, which command you want to run? So you can use CMD keyword to define the command which you want to run on the runtime. Okay, like we have for same, like we have copy keyword, we have add keyword also. If you know about copy, what is the difference between CMD keyword and copy keyword? Sorry, what is the difference between add keyword and copy keyword? What is the difference between add keyword and copy keyword? Like same, we can also use add keyword. It will also copy the files, but what is the difference between them? Copy and add. Okay, or nice. You can also pass the GitHub URL in like for online. You can use add keyword when you want to use some zip file, tar file. It will automatically extract the tar files and copy in the container. And if you want to use the GitHub URL, like your code save in GitHub, so you can directly pass the GitHub URL. It will download the code using wget command. Then it will copy the code in your custom image. Okay. Online, anyone have any doubt? Can use the XRTP protocol to convert the terminal to graphical way. So what it will do, if you use XRTP software, if you use like in if you know about, we launched the Windows server, we use RDP protocol. So what we can do, you can launch the your AWS cloud or your container in what do we say, CLI way. You can try this XRTP software and then try Win RDP protocol using RDP. Then it will give you the username and password. You can try with this. So you can able to install the graphical software on your container. Okay, but you have to do lots of thing in container. Like you have to use the what you say privilege keyword, like because if you know about container, if you use the docker run command, docker run hyphen itd centos 8. Okay, so if you run the, let me don't use d, I want to, okay, if you check here cap sh hyphen print command you have, if you check here, we don't have the permission to run the graphical program here. Like we have permission for changing ownership your network permission, but we don't have the graphical to run the we don't have permission to run the graphical command, and we don't have the permission to access host system. So what we can do, you can use privilege keyword here. Okay, in when you are launching the container, you can try with privilege keyword. You can try in this way. If you now check the capabilities of the container, cap it is hyphen hyphen print, so you can see all the permission container gets. Okay, so you can try in this way, multiple options you can try, you will definitely, it will definitely help you. Okay, or we have some kind of software which will allow you to directly access the shell of this container on your web browser. Like if you know about cockpit, using cockpit we can cockpit, you can, what we can do, you do the, means we can manage the some command using the GUI. Okay, but if you want to access the terminal of this shell, if you want to access this shell in your Chrome browser, then we have lots of software, you can try with those software. Okay, Satvik, you can try this, so it will definitely help you. You can create this project. Satvik, I think it's clear now. Okay, if you want to run the VS Code in container, so you firstly you have to change the CLI to graphical. Then you need a lots of software. So I recommend you to don't, I recommend you to, what you do, you use some base image which allow you to run more command. Like if you check in the container, you have very limited command. Okay, so you have to manually install every software and it take lots of time. Welcome, Satvik. For what we want to, which document you are asking for, Ankit?
We always happen theoretical, obviously, but the theoretical will directly align or map with the practical what you performed. So if you're not good in practical, if you does not know how to perform, you will never get the confidence. And जो HR होता है उसको दिख जाता है कि आप लोगों ने बस थोड़ा ऊपर से पढ़ के आया हो, करके नहीं आया हो. डिफरेंट इन दोनों की बातों में, राइट? सो प्रैक्टिस होना बहुत जरूरी है. ये मत सोचो कि मैं हमने किया यहाँ पे दिखा दिया आपने याद कर लिया. याद नाम की कोई चीज नहीं होती है. याद से याद हो सकता है पर कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं आ सकता. Okay, so try to understand this in this context also. So let's go more deep into deep into my voice जा रहा है. Okay, so into the Docker file. So one more, guys, before we start continue with the Docker, one more important point to note, guys. In one OS, and mostly we use Linux as OS in the corporate world, and this OS we use to run some program like web server, database. So these OS are known as servers. So I can say this is my Linux server. In one server, in one server, you can run multiple programs. One is Firefox, one is backup, one is database, one is web server. Okay, but it is good practice that everyone company follow because of security and performance. Okay, the practice is the practice is in one server. Okay, they only run one app. Okay, in one server they can run multiple app. Technically it work, but because of security reason or performance, per server they only run one app or one program or one service. Why? If there are two by chance in one server, if one get compromised, second also been hacked. If one service, one program will use more memory, other will slow down. So for the better practices, it is very common in the real world that one server is equals to one app. That's what we do. And why I'm discussing this point to you, that is the reason because same thing we do in the container also, in Docker. One container equals to one server, right? Or one OS. So we always run one single app per container. So example, last I have launched Flask app or Python. We can launch multiple also, but we launch Flask. But if you want to launch database, launch one more container, launch database. If you want to launch PHP, launch one more container, run PHP there. This is how it works. Okay, so that is one of the reason, one of the reason when we create a Docker file. Okay, it is very common. It is very common that finally we are going to run only one program. Okay, so if you say, can I write two CMD here? There is no. Two CMD means when the container launch, they run two programs. They launch two services, but technically we don't use it. So my point is here, they only support one CMD keyword. That's what I'm trying to tell. If you write one more, the second will overwrite. So again, I'm repeating, guys, this is Docker file. From the Docker file, we get an image. From the image, we launch a container. Okay, in the container, we always run the app because the container we always use for the app. So this is also very common. What we want, as soon as the container launch, app automatically launch. That is very common. We always use CMD keyword. But per container, we always launch one app. So we always use only one CMD. Can we put two CMD keyword here? Yes. There is no error, no error. But first we'll overwrite. What are the last CMD keyword gonna come up? That will work. Okay, this is one of the point. And that is one of the reason. One more thing we can do in the Docker world. So what we can do, okay, sometimes this also requirement come up. So for example, I am going to launch one container, let's say of Ubuntu 14.04. Okay, why you launching the container? Because you want to run some program. Okay, let's say my program is date. I run the date program and date complete. So typically we launch a container per program wise, per use case wise. Let's say my use case to run the date command. We normally don't have, but let's say this is a use case. This is a requirement. तो मैंने क्या किया, मुझे चूंकि डेट को रन करना था, डेट को रन करना था, इसलिए मैंने ओएस को लॉन्च किया, डेट कमांड रन करी, आउटपुट आ गया, मेरा काम खत्म, तो मैंने ओएस को बंद कर दिया. Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you, okay, we always launch a container for run some program, run one single program, maybe Python Flask, maybe database, or maybe mail server, or could be anything. Okay, okay, because this is the use case. Use case means I want to run final one program. So there's one more way, guys, to do the same thing. एक तरह का क्या हुआ, पहले डॉकर कंटेनर लॉन्च करो, उसके अंदर जाओ, अपने पाइथन फ्लास्क को रन करो या डेट को रन करो, फिर बंद करो. It take a lot of time, right? So we can do it one more way. Okay, in the same command, if your plan is to run only date command, only cal command, only backup command, okay, so we can type the command in the last. This is one of the syntax they follow. You know what this line means? This line means first they launch a container from this image. Inside the container, they go and run this command. And after this command complete, they stop the container. Okay, so in one single line, everything will be done. Here, I was my base system, again I'm in the base system. But this date command, you know where they run? They run inside the container. And what is the use case of this? The use case is, right now I'm just showing you the present with the date command. But technically, in the real world, someone write the backup command here. Someone write the download command here. Someone write the testing command here. Okay, so for example, I am the testing team. Okay, what my requirement is, I want to launch the OS for testing. If your requirement is only testing, okay, so this command what they do, even though this is not command, I'm just write this as a normal term. What this command will do, first they launch the OS. Inside the OS, they automate run the testing command, whatever testing command would be, and they test it. And I don't know how much time test will take, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. So if the test take, let's say 10 minutes, 10 minutes the OS is keep running. And as soon as the test complete, this OS automatically stop. So everything will be completely automated. Automated. Okay. So this was the practice everyone follow. Okay. So in the Docker guys, whenever you launch the OS, always remember every OS has some use case. You want to use for testing, you want to do for scanning, you want to check the performance, you want to do downloading, you want to do backup, you want to start a Flask app, you want to start a database. Whatever you do, only one thing you do. And whatever one thing you do, one way is to first go inside, then whatever you want to do it, then close. This is also right, but it look like manual. Okay, it look more like a interactive. You have to interact with this guy. Or other way would be, okay, in the command you can put the last. That is not interactive. One click, they're not asking anything. Enter, it works. And thing that is not interactive, we can put in the script. So if I ask you to go and create a shell script and go inside Docker run the read command, you know your shell script will fail. Why? Because shell script will run this command, then you go inside the Docker. So script was running in the base system, now you reach to Docker, script will fail. But in this case it won't fail because this command run by a script. Okay, because it can't run by script. Script, you're not asking anything from the keyboard. So what this command will do? First they launch the OS, run the read command, give the output and come back. That's what we're looking for, right? So point is, we don't do in this way to go inside the OS and run the command and exit. Same thing we normally do in this way. What a command you want to run, finally you have to put in the last. So sorry, this is what we do. But if you have a requirement, if a requirement that you always have to run the date command only, or let me use for example Python. Let's say requirement only use Python command only. Okay, if this requirement, if you see what is here, you know what happened? This OS launch, inside the OS Python launch. And this Python program, you know what, where they're running? They're running inside the container. How I know? If you go and run another terminal, Docker PS, you can see inside the container Python is running. Okay, and as soon as the Python close, your OS also close. OS also close. Even though if you notice here, the OS also been, this was running, now it's been closed. It's not there. So what I'm trying to tell you, finally, हर कंटेनर जो एक OS है, एक अकेले OS को चलाने का मतलब नहीं है. हम OS क्यों चला रहे हैं? कुछ काम करने के लिए. क्या करना है? डेट कमांड चलाना है, वेब सर्वर चलाना है, पाइथन चलाना है. तो जो भी एक चीज चलानी है उसको हम लास्ट में भी लगा सकते हैं. और आपको हर बार लास्ट में ना लगाना पड़े, ये भी अपना आप हो जाए, ये भी ना लिखना पड़े, सिर्फ इतने से काम चल जाए, तो भी कर सकते हो. कैसे करोगे? उसके लिए आपको अपनी खुद की इमेज बनानी पड़ेगी. और ये जो चीज लिखते हो लास्ट में, ये काम जो अपने आप हो जाए, अपने आप चल जाए, इसके लिए होता है CMD कीवर्ड. I'm trying to go more deep into CMD कीवर्ड कि CMD कीवर्ड का मतलब क्या है. जो डॉकर फाइल में CMD कीवर्ड है वो यही करता है. Okay, so this CMD keyword is actually work like this. Work like that. If you want, as soon as I launch a container from this image जो हमने बनाई थी, ये कमांड अपने आप चल जाए, आपको कमांड लाइन पे इसको आगे लिखना ना पड़े, ये अंदर जाके खुद को टाइप ना करना पड़े, अपने आप हो जाए, ऑटोमेटिकली हो जाए, उसके लिए हम लोग डॉकर फाइल में इस CMD कीवर्ड को लगाते हैं, ताकि इससे जो इमेज बनाई थी हमने बिल्ड करने के वक्त, होगा क्या, जैसे ही मैं इस इमेज को Docker run it hello web v1. So from this image, once the container launch, okay, you don't have to go inside and run this command. Neither type here in the command prompt as argument as a command. Okay, they go to this image, and every image, guys, has some internal metadata. So when you create the image, every image stores some information. For example, they store what is my CMD and how I get the metadata of the image. So every image maintain the history. Okay, so if you create an image, they will maintain the history. And the history, it is written in the image metadata that I have been created in a way, in a way that whenever someone use me, I automate run the program. Nobody had to type which program. Even though what you did also, they will also maintain everything. Copy command you write in the Docker file, work directory, run. Okay. So any image that you created download from the internet, you can go and check the history, how this image be created. But whenever I run the run command, run command always go and check the history of this image, ask what is your CMD keyword, and whatever you write, this command they automatically run. And because they automatically run, that is the reason your flask has been started. Okay, this is one point. But we have way. Okay, if any image come with a preset CMD, we can also overwrite. Let's say you does not want to run this program. Okay, so what you can do, anything you want to overwrite, then in this command again you can put in the last which command you want to run. So my point is, whatever you write in the CMD of this image with the Docker file that is there present in the history, this will run by default automatically when you launch a container. Launch a container. But maybe for some reason, okay, you does not want to run this program because your plan is to go inside the container or want to run some other program maybe. Okay, so what you can do, while launching, you can pass the command, which extra command you want to launch. So in this case, that CMD will override and this will work as a CMD. Now you can see your date command is working. Or if I run some, let's say, cal command, then cal command is working. So this cal guys is working inside this container. Okay, and you guys might know, if you want to take any one command line shell, we use bash. So bash is also command. Okay, when I hit enter, so in this case you can get the bash prompt of this content. And why you need this? Because by default the image indicated in the way they always run this command, and because they run this command, I never get the shell. So if the requirement you want to go inside the container, want to do something, check the code, check the version, library. Okay, in this case you have to bypass this. To bypass, what I can do, while launching the container, I can say no, don't run this Python script or my app. I want this time launch with a bash. Bash is what? Shell. So give me shell. Now what you got? You got a shell of this container. And what is this? If you see with Docker PS, this is 06B. You can see 06B is a container. But in this container, you know guys, where you landed? You landed in this folder. Okay, why this folder? Because of the Docker file. So in the Docker file, what I created, in the Docker file, this keyword tell you a default location. So this can have three meaning. First, this folder automatically created in the new image. Second, they will go to this folder automatically with cd command. And third, whenever any content launched from this image, automatically landed to this folder. See here? When I launch, they automatically landed to this folder. So if you guys might know in Linux, your main drive slash drive, you automatically land to slash drive. Okay. Similarly here, you automatically landed here to this folder. Which folder? What is your working directory? So working directory has three meaning. This folder automatically created. Second thing is when you copy, they automatically go inside this folder with cd command internally. And third, when you launch the container, that time they will automatically land it to this guy. But technically, where I'm into this image, a container. And whatever do in this container, everything you find here. You can have the code of the app. Okay, you have Python installed. You have Flask library installed. Everything is there. So maybe sometime I would do check my OS, everything working or not, all the stuff. So you can launch the OS in this way, go and get the shell, do some check, and then you can shut down with exit command. Okay, but let's say if you have requirement, you have a requirement. Requirement is okay. I want to get an image from this local file, and I want to restrict this point. And what I want to restrict, I want to restrict that nobody can bypass this. It's script. Okay, it will always run this program only. Okay, right now what I'm doing, I'm putting kind of bypass because I get an image. In the image I write whenever someone launch a container, this will program will run automatically. This is called default program. But we have a way. If you don't want to run that program, I can type date, bash, cal, whatever they have. So technically, I'm bypassing, right, this program. If you don't write anything, if you don't give any command, this argument in the command line, then they will take this one, what you put in the image, and they run for you. But you want to restrict this. What I want to restrict? No. I want in this image that we create from this Docker file, let's go build. Okay. Whenever I want to go in, this would be always fixed. No one can bypass. Okay. It is more like this. If you want to come to this room offline, there's a window also there, but we pegged. The only way to come into this room is by this gate. This is the only entry point. You want to come in. Okay. So for this, instead of CMD keyword, there's one more keyword called entry point. So instead of CMD, okay, we can use one more keyword that works exactly like CMD. Okay, but one of the difference is that's what I'm trying to tell you. Entry point is one of the keyword Docker file. If you got change something in the Docker file, so I have to rebuild this guy. So for the rebuild, I give you the same command docker build t, give some version name, image name. Okay, give v1 same name and the path. And there's one thing, guys, when you change something in the Docker file, you again compile this build. Now building, if you give the same image name version, so last one overwrite. But you want to have both the copy, last one and new one also, to give the different name or different version name. So both the copy you will have. Which you want to use as image you can use. Okay. So I've done this thing very quickly. Version 2 gonna come up. And if I run the docker images command, you can see this one more copy of this image with v2 has been just now created. Created. Okay. Now, what you see the difference? Now, from this image, let me show here. In this image, if I launch a container, they work the same way the way CMD work. They will automatically launch this program, that is my Flask app or whatever the app would be. Same thing is working, and if you see the URL, Maggage IP right now is 3. So working fine, no challenge. Okay, but if someone try to do something like this, hey, I don't want to run this command, I want to bypass this, I want to run some other command in this container. The container is always, they have many more commands also. Let's say date command. Sorry, this is v1 actually. Okay, I have to use v2. Okay, new image I create v2. So here it is working. So you can let me show you again. Okay, but but if you try to bypass, let's say you have a date command. Okay, still guys, it will bypass. Still they are running Flask. Okay, so there is no way as such to bypass this. So it is more like a hard coded. If someone try not to not to bypass, they will only was run this program. Okay, because we know we can bypass the CMD keyword from the command line. I don't want to. I want the fixed entry point. But I told you guys, we create an image for the app, for the OS, and every OS is per app. If this image I create for the web server or for Flask for database, why to run something else? So here we can use entry point. Okay. But there's a possibility my this container is running after the container launch, then we can go inside this. Maybe while the container running, I want to see, logs I want to see. With this app, my client is connecting, the log generate. They use some RAM and CPU. I want to see what is the performance of this guy. So running container, you can go inside. How? For example, right now my container is running. This is container I launched right now with this image. This is the name of the container or the ID of the container. If running container, if you go inside, if you want to go inside, then there's a command called docker execute. In running container, if you want to run any command, okay, then execute is option. In this case, you can give the container name or ID and give the command name. Let's say this is a running container. That's what is visible here. I can't run any command from here. So Flask is running. But in the running container, if I run any other command, let's say date command, working, right? Let's say cal command, work. Let's say ifconfig command, not working. Why? Because this command is run inside the container, but container should have this command, right? If container don't have the command, it won't work. Okay, so this command, I just have to prove you, this command work inside the container should have this command also, right? But you can also run one more command, bash command. Bash means I'm running the bash command in this container. Technically, I want to get a cell of this guy. It is more like I want to log into this guy. And for bash, what we need? We need terminal. Start to enable the terminal. And terminal should be interactive. So technically, what I have done, I have attached to the running container. Why? To check, to troubleshoot, to see the log, metric, means how much they use, other things also. But in this case, if you use execute command and get the cell, now if you do exit, your container won't shut down. Okay? I told you guys, in the container, when you exit, they shut down. In this case, they won't shut down. Why? Because I launched the bash separately. So this is exit command for the bash. So they only exit the bash, but my container is still running. Otherwise, if you launch the container run command, then you exit the shutdown. That's shown in the first day also of Docker. Okay? So these are some more points. The point is, if any images that is created with the entry point, that is always the best practice to perform. So in this image, if anyone to launch some other command while launching with run command, it won't work. It's fixed. This is the only entry point. Neo, it won't work. As soon as this stop, you container stop. You can think this way. The life of the container is the life of this program. आपका कंटेनर अगर चल रहा है पाइथन से, अगर पाइथन प्रोग्राम चला 10 मिनट, तो आपका कंटेनर 10 मिनट चलेगा, फिर बंद हो जाएगा. The life of the container is life of the entry point program. If entry point is not there, the life of the container is the life of the CMD. If you run any command with CMD, if there is for 10 seconds, the container for 10 seconds. As soon as the program closed, content also stopped. The content life is equals to life of the last command, either CMD or antipod, whatever you write. This is how it works. Okay. So this is guys one more point to add. But antipod has one more benefit, guys. Okay. So antipod, the way I explained to you is not the only main case use case of antipod. The actual use case of antipod is something else. And then we use antipod a lot. Okay. Let me give one example. The good use case of the entry point. Okay. For this, for this, what I'm doing right now. Okay. Let's say right now I'm getting website. They're printing welcome to LW. Fix. But what I want, I want whenever my content launch, as soon as content launch, my site start. And when the site start, I always get the message LW. But what I want when the content launch from the image, the guy who launched the content, they will decide what name to print here. Okay, it welcome to Vimal, welcome to Eric, whatever name they want to print, they can print. They give. And how they give? Okay, so technically, when you launch any program, this program is actually image launch a container, and when the container run, you know this command they run behind the scene. They run behind the scene, and this is one who run the app. Okay, but what I can do, I can write a Python code. If you guys know, any programming language have a capability to take the input from the keyboard. Like in scripting, we have a read. Or in Python, if you know, there's input function. But every programming language has a capability to take the input from command line argument also. Okay, every programming language has a keyword. You can take the input from command line also. Okay, for example, if you know Java, you know main function you write arg. What the line means? In Java program say, if you give input from command line, I can take from there. C also support this. Python and script also have this. Okay, so what I can do here, let me show you. Let me show you. Okay, so let me first launch a container. Okay, and let me go inside this container just to show you one interesting demo. But let me show you without the without the container also. I'm going to create one Python program. Let's say linuxworld.py is pure Python programming. Okay, just to give you the concept. And what I'm going to do, let's say x equals 5, and I want to get print x. Here I give the x value of 5 hard coded, and let me run this program. I'm gonna come up. So one of the way to give the data is directly put the value hard coded. Second way, if to give the input to use input function. Input function will open your string input. That's called keyboard. Like in shell script, we read command. Okay. In this case, when I run the program, they open the command line, and whatever I write, they take the input from keyboard and they print. But one more way, guys, to take the input is in this script, I can give the name directly in the command line. This is known as argument. Every programming language has a capability to take the input from the command line. Right now, they are not taking because I didn't write the code. But if you want to take the input from the command line in the Python, so in the Python, there's a module called sys module. Okay, in sys module, there's a keyword called argv. It's a module name in the Python. But let me store the variable into XOR and let me remove this. This is a Python keyword. In shell script also we have some way. I'll tell you how. Okay, argv. And now in this case, when I run the program, you can see they're taking the value. Okay, let me write, let's say Harry also. They're taking the value. Whatever I write in the command line, they take, and because I asked them to print, they're printing. And because I'm giving multiple values, so they will treat every value as an item and they become the array. And the Python array is on a list. So they say this is a list, one item, one item. And plus they also know your program name also. So they can also pick your program name and print the program name also. And because this is array, array is like a list. So this is person 0, person 1, person 2. So you want to print only the first person. It's like a more like an array. How to pick only first person? It takes one. So what is the first name you pick? You write the print. If I change the name, change. Okay. So sometime, not always, sometime you get a program that has capability to take the input from the command line. If you have this kind of program, if you have, okay, then what you can do? For example, for example, um, in our app of Flask, okay, whenever I run this program of the Flask, this Flask app will use sys module. Then in this module, they're taking the keyword from the command line. Okay, command line, let's say the total data they're getting from the from the command line. Okay, and in this data, I'm taking the first value, the way I show you. This is my final data, and instead of welcome to LW, okay, I can say welcome to F data value. Okay, because in the Python guys, in double quote, whatever write a variable name, you tell this is a variable name. We don't use this symbol, we use this symbol. Tell this is a variable. Okay, it's called F string. And to tell this is a variable or F string, we use F in the Python. So this is a Python syntax. So what happened? Now, whenever I run this program, okay, they always take the information from the command line. And what information put in the command line, we pick the first information is stored in this variable. And now it is your choice where you want to print. Here I'm printing over here. And what the welcome to is, anyone who come to your URL, to this URL, what they see? Welcome to Vimal, welcome to Eric. So last time I write welcome to LW hard coded. Now what I did, I changed this value as a variable. Now whenever I run this program, anyone who run this program, okay, have a capability to take the value from the command line. Now in our case, this program is not run by us. This program is run by entry point. Okay, entry point. So entry point will check because this program is looking for, because I changed something in the code. This program is looking for a command line argument. Command argument. Okay. In this case, now whatever I write in the command line argument, they'll pick. Let me show you. But before this, let me recompile my code. So Docker build d my web. Let me give version 3 new name to my Docker file. Let me recompile my code. Now what you see is a difference now. Now whenever I launch a container, okay, in this case, understand one thing. In this case, this container is launched by this image. In this image, they run one command automatically. Which command? This command. This program is come from this file. In this file, where we copied, we write command line. It means whoever run this program, okay, they say without argument I won't work. I will run this program automatically, but who gives the argument? This argument will be come from here. Okay, will come from here. Okay, so technically, if you use entry point has a capability to take the argument from the command line. That is what I'm trying to tell. If you try to do this with CMD keyword, it won't work. अगर कोई ऐसा प्रोग्राम ऐसा है आपके पास जो आर्गुमेंट लेता है, उसके लिए कुछ भी हो सकती है, उस प्रोग्राम को अगर सीएमडी से रन करोगे तो काम नहीं करेगा. सारे प्रोग्राम ऐसे होते ही नहीं है, पर जैसे ये है. ओके, तो वो प्रोग्राम जिसने बनाया है, नोट करना, अगर मैं पाइथन कोडिंग कर रहा हूं तो अगर पाइथन आपको नहीं आता तो कोई टेंशन की बात नहीं. डोंट फोकस मच ऑन पाइथन, just only focus on the logic. The logic is, if you have any program who say done by some developer that if you don't give me the argument in the command line, I won't work. If you have this kind of program, if you have, the only way to run this program is with the entry point. The entry point is a key capability. They run this program automatically, plus they also have capability to take the argument from the command line while launching the container. Now hit this enter is what? LW web. किस नाम से बनाया था हम लोगों ने image? V2. V2. So 1 minute. Where I compiled history is V3. No, where compiled? Compile नहीं किया? ये V3. This goes to my V3. My V3. No issues. Okay, my web. Now you can see this one. Now understand, this image launch a container. As soon as the container launch, okay, it is run in the Docker file. They run this program automatically. That is the reason they are showing this program is running automatically. But this program say, I need command line argument. Okay, that's what we pass here. Okay, but who support to get the command argument in the Docker? Entry point. Because we have entry point, and this program is looking for the argument. So if you pass the argument, they can pick. And it is your choice where you keep the argument. So technically, my developer have take the argument and print it here. It means anyone come to this URL, what to find? Change automatic, right? It means this image has created in such a way, anyone who use this image, that point in time, they can pass any argument. While launching the container, we can retrieve or get the argument from the command line and give to our program, Python program. Now, if you choose the Python program, wherever they want to use, in this case, they are printing, so they print it. Now they want to print, they want to send email to someone, they want to store databases, their choice. But we have a capability to get the argument from the command line. Okay, but what if it does not write any argument? What happened? Okay, it failed. It failed. And obviously it's failed. Why did it fail? Because in the Python code, I write I need one argument. It's a list. And if it does not give the one argument, then your argument list say out of range. Python fail. It always pass one argument. But there's a possibility sometime this image is created by us, we given to other team, they might not pass any argument. Maybe they don't want to pass any argument. Okay. So in this case, what we can do? We can make one argument a default argument. Default argument. So if you want to pass, you can pass. You want to change, you can change. But if someone does not pass any argument, then I want one argument to be default. Let's say Linux world. If someone does not pass anything, मैं क्या चाहता हूं कि LW तो फिक्स हो जाए, वो तो आई. ओके, इस केस के लिए गाइस हम CMD यूज करते हैं. दिस इज अ रियल केस वेयर वी यूज CMD. Okay, so CMD is actually keyword जहां हम अपना डिफॉल्ट आर्गुमेंट को सेट करते हैं, और ये वो एग्जांपल है यहाँ सीएमडी एंट्री पॉइंट का एक साथ लगा सकते हैं। ये वो एग्जांपल है जहां सीएमडी और एंट्री पॉइंट कीवर्ड कैन वर्क टुगेदर। एंट्री पॉइंट से आई विल रन दिस प्रोग्राम, एंट्री पॉइंट से दिस प्रोग्राम नीड आर्गुमेंट, हु विल गिव मी? If you are not giving from the command line, then CMD will give you. Because CMD directly means command line argument. Okay, and this is the right way of using CMD. Okay, now let me recompile my code again. Let me change something here. Docker build T, let's say Linux World Web, let's use V4, my app. Now you can see the difference. Okay, you can see the difference when I run my program V4 version. If you don't pass any argument, anti-point say I need it, but it did not pass, right? My program doesn't fail. They say if it does not give me, then we have some internal hard-coded CMD. They are giving me some name as a string LW, and because they're giving me, so you can see here LW gonna come. Okay, but you want to replace or override, you can replace. Okay, so whatever you write here in the command line, if they see some CMD is there with some value, they will replace with this name. Because if this is the name, you can see new name gonna come. So finally, guys, what I'm trying to conclude, technically, 90% guys who know Docker, they do a lot of mistakes in Docker file. They always run the program with CMD. That's what we did also today. But CMD is not meant for this. CMD is not meant for this. Okay. The actual one who actually meant to run the program at the runtime is entry point. Okay, but any program who by the need an argument from the command line, and you want to make the argument a default argument for this program, then we can give CMD. And why CMD? Because CMD has a capability, okay, to override also by passing the values here. Okay, that is a core concept. Okay, so I believe now you understand what is different run, CMD, and the entry point. Okay, if you ask anyone the difference CMD and entry point, they say both are same. Both run the command at the runtime. Then I'll show you both today. But there is no right use case. The right use case is when you run any program, I can say container from the image, it's called runtime. We want everything to be automated. So as soon as the container launch, I want some program to run. Mostly app. Who will run? As soon as we enter the container, what program will run? This is called entry point. We write our Python program, database program, web server program, mail server program, anything, whatever you want and you know in the future you can add. But if this program, whoever writes this program in Java or Python, if they want, it's not always, but if they want, this program also need argument from the command line. And why we need argument? We can change according to requirement. This is what we all mostly want. If they have requirement, it's all depend on the coding of this code. Then we can use CMD to set some default. So always they only go for this. Otherwise, we can change in the command line also. Okay. So that is a use of difference between CMD, entry point, and run. Run has no meaning here. Run will always work at the runtime. Okay. This is how it works. That easy reason, guys. That is the reason if you see any images created by in the market by some good developers of Docker, you always see they use entry point. But if you see any images in the market with Docker file where they use CMD, it means they don't have enough knowledge. The thing will work without entry point I'll show you today. but there will be a lot of conflict will come up. Issues will come up. I'll show you some of the examples. It means they are not a mature Docker file guys. Okay, so it is not important that is working or not. It is about what you're doing might have bug in the future. It means you are not mature. You does not know the right concepts. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Okay, and in normally in the Docker or DevOps interview, this very common question always asked: if you run CMD entry point, if you give this explanation in a sophisticated way, a better way, it will help you a lot. It will give you a lot of advantage. You know something very unique, and there will be higher chance that your interviewer also does not know this question. Very higher chance. But I told you 90% guys more than this, they give this, they're doing wrong. Okay, that's what I would like to tell you. Okay, so this is guys also one concept. Okay, now I want to give one task to everyone that you have to do. Right now, you have to practice this. At 7 o'clock sharp, we start networking. At this class, maybe go almost 2 or 3 hours continuous. Okay, at 7 o'clock. But the task is, I'll take your question in a minute. But the task is that everyone has to follow and understand the guys this task. You have to go to Google and search the interview questions for Linux or scripting or the Docker. And everyone take one question. For example, he's picking one question. Let's say about Docker. He found one interview question in the market and where they're talking about tell me the difference between CMD and default. So this guy will create one question, the same question, and give the best answer. Okay, by doing more research. But try to do some practicals also. Okay, this is how we can prove the difference. Only one question. Everyone has to do one thing. One question. Either Linux, either shell scripting, either Docker. And everyone has to post this question in the Discord channel. So we'll provide you one link of the channel of the Discord where to post the answer with the questions. तो होगा क्या अभी आप लोग यहाँ पे जितने भी लोग हैं यहाँ पे कुछ 100-150 के आसपास हैं तो इतने बड़ा कलेक्शन होगा रेलेवेंट क्वेश्चंस का और बेस्ट आंसर्स का okay and kal tomorrow will give you time half an hour 1 hour everyone have to go to every other questions answers so you get a lot of knowledge very quickly because if this guy is doing working only for one question he obviously will find the best answer of it with the best solution in the most sophisticated way he will say this is the way we can speak in the interview and this is some of the proof of commands and script and project is let me again tell you one script will create it will do entire Docker management so I write press 2 to build the Docker file hey guys please have a seat thank you so welcome back everyone this is very important class uh, one minute please share audible so guys this is a very important class because this class we are going to do something that is very common either you go to any domain from cloud to Linux to Docker. Okay, this concept we always use in depth always. Okay, the topic, if I give the quick name for this topic, is networking, and we are going to learn networking very deep in depth. And there's some concept I'm going to teach you guys about networking today. It will be very unique. I can give the guarantee you won't find anywhere this concept. But this concept will help you to understand the core internal working of the networking. So topic name is networking. And if I give you some of the quick vocabulary, what we are going to cover today, one name could be netting, network address translation, And one more topic that is again kind of associated with the netting called patting, port address translation. One could be IP address, one could be net mask, one could be gateway, one could be routing table, one could be OSI model, one could be TCP, UDP, okay, and many more things. Okay, we are going to discuss today. Okay, so there's a combination of multiple terms and topic that will create. One could be subnet mask, yeah, subnetting. Okay, so that's what we're going to cover. But the way I want to start right now would be something like this. Something like this. If you guys know anything about Docker or container, okay, so you guys might know in the world of Docker, whenever you launch a container using the Docker engine, Docker has set up a lot of networking for us. Okay, so that we can directly consume and use the networking. But how Docker has set the networking behind the scene, that's also we want to understand. So there's a concept called bridge and switch gonna come up. There's a concept called routers gonna come up. There's a concept called L1, L2, L3 switches. I can say L2, L3 switches gonna come up. Okay, so a lot of concepts we are going to deal and discuss today. Uh, for example, if you know we have a some Docker running, maybe not running. So I have some images pre-downloaded. Let me you go for Ubuntu image, and if I launch the Ubuntu image, okay, Ubuntu, some version whatever I have right now, this container launch. Behind the scene, what Docker has done, they have set up some networking for this new container or the OS. One of the things what Docker has done, they have given some IP addresses. But only giving the IP address is not enough. What they have done, they have established the networking. What I mean by this, if I open one more new terminal and launch one more container, one more container, run command of same image or other image does not matter. Okay, this OS they give a different IP address. So this IP is 3, that IP is 2. But what Docker has done behind the scene, they have connect the network somehow. Okay, it means if I try to ping from this computer or this container to other container, in this case the other container is 3, so it's working. You can see the ping is going on. So how Docker has established the network behind the scene, that's also we'll see today. Or you guys might also notice these are two containers. If I go to my base system here, so this is a base system of the Docker host. This is called Red Hat 9 in my case. And if I ping to one of the Docker container, that's also working. We have a connectivity. So how local computer has been connected. But you guys also might know this is a Red Hat VM running on the Windows. If I go to Windows, if I go to Windows and open a Windows terminal, okay, Windows terminal, and from there, if I try to connect my container, okay, with one of the container IP, it is not working. Okay, so it means what can I do? So Windows can also connect to my container. The container is what we run for the app. An app can be used by anyone in the world, right? If my local Windows is not able to connect, then how other guys can connect, right? So what can we do in the networking side of the Docker? Okay, so we have a connectivity. Okay, but for this, you should learn the networking, not the Docker networking, because networking is same concept. So if you go to AWS Cloud or Azure Cloud, they have different service for the network. Here we have Docker, here we have Windows or Windows Server or Red Hat Server. Whichever system or technology you go, networking would be networking, that's all. The concept would be exactly the same. They have different command, different options to be used, different way to be configured, but networking should always same. Okay, so I'm going to teach you networking from very basic, and slowly you come to know. I will go very advanced in the networking, and after you knowing this concept apply anywhere. For example, if you go to AWS Cloud, then this concept you can apply in VPC services. So VPC is a very advanced service in AWS. Okay, and this concept will exactly apply in VPC service of AWS Cloud. If you go to Kubernetes, you can apply there. If you go to Docker, that's what we are doing here. You can apply here. If you go to only Linux, you can apply here. If you go to Cisco routers, switches, you can also apply there. The concept will be always same. Okay, so let me start with the thing from very zero. Okay, and there's something I'm going to teach you from very basic and very unique thing that you won't find anywhere, because I've done a lot of research in networking. Long back, I used to deliver a lot of Cisco training, and Cisco, the one of the advanced training is CCIE, if you guys might know. So long back, I used to deliver a lot of trainings. A lot of guys certify under me in CCI networking, switches, and security. So that point in time, I did a lot of research in the networking world. Some of the interesting things I also going to show you here that I learned and explored in Cisco, but they could be applied in Linux also, or any other networking also. Okay, so let me start from very basics, very basics, right? So uh, networking, I've looked at start with the term networking. Okay, so let's say we have two computers, two VMs, two containers, does not matter. Okay, and what we want, if you want from this computer number A or laptop number A and laptop number B, and if a requirement, you want to send some information between these two laptops, and for sending the information we should have a connectivity. Okay, without connectivity thing won't work. If we have a connectivity, then we can send something. Okay, but when I say connectivity is a single word but has a lot of things working behind the scene. When I say connectivity, we understand it means we are connected, we can send the information, we can chat, we can send the email, we can access the website, whatever the way you want to connect. Okay, but this connectivity has a lot of things behind the scene happening. Okay, because when I say A is connected to B, okay, so there's a lot of prerequisite to be considered. Okay, and the prerequisite, the first thing to be considered is that both the both the system has some physical hardware. Like this is a computer, they should have RAM, CPU, many other things also. It's but obvious. Second requirement is both the side we have the operating system, maybe Linux or Windows, and they OSR should be up, means they are running, booting or booted. Second and third requirement is both the side, both the side we require some device that is called NIC, network card. So both the side we require network card or NIC card, or technically known as Ethernet card. So both the side we need network card, Ethernet card, or LAN card, multiple name they have. It's a physical device. Okay, for example, in my case, I have this VM. We have physical hardware, RAM, CPU, something like this. Okay, plus in this VM, my window VM is up right now, power on. Third requirement is we need a network card. So there's a command called ifconfig command to check your network card. So you can see here in my case, I have one network card named ENP0S3, and this is Ethernet card. And every network card or physical card has some hardware address, also known as MAC address. That is 6 byte in size. This is the MAC address of my network card. So I have this card. Okay, so both the laptop should have network card. Okay, but every card, guys, we have to given some number. That is called IP address. So it is more like this: you have a mobile phone. In the mobile phone, SIM card, and mobile number. Similarly, we have the IP address here. Okay, so in my case, I have all the IP address already. That looks something like this: 4 octet. This kind of IP address, normally known as IP version 4, IPv4, that we have here. Okay, if we have all the four thing in A side and all the four thing B side, then we can say we might able to connect, but there is no guarantee. But for connectivity between A and B, we got one more thing. We call medium. Are they connected through some wires? That's called data cable, physical wire, or they connect one some Wi-Fi, LAN, wireless Wi-Fi, some medium, And if they connect to some medium, okay, then this medium is technically known as network. We need some network. So does we have network established or not. So without network, thing won't work. Either either you need physical wire or you need wireless radio waves. But nowadays there's some more kind of wires there in the market. It's called virtual wires. For example, right now in the Docker world, they use virtual wires. And how the wire look like, we'll show you when I go more deep into this topic. Okay, so one more thing you need is wire. For example, your laptop is not having the internet, so you can buy hotspot. So what hotspot give you? The Wi-Fi connection. So some kind of real medium you need. That medium is nothing, is called network. So if you have all those five things available in your PC or laptop, then I can say I might able to connect from A to B. And now why might? Because there some more requirement we have. Okay. The next requirement is next requirement is the IP that is given to A, IP that is given to B. Okay. Does this IP is public or private? So there's two main kind of IP address in the market. Okay, there's two type of IP in the market mainly. Otherwise, there are many more also. So there's two main types of IP in the market. One is called public IP. One is called private IP. Okay, and what is the logic and the difference? Private IP is come free. You don't have to pay. Public IP come with the price. Okay, so if you want to, if you need a public IP, you have to go to telecom, your ISP, internet service provider, ask them, hey, I need a public IP. Can you give me? They will give you. Sometimes also known as static IP, they use the word. They will charge you per month 100 rupees, 200, whatever the charge would be. So it was free. Normally, they come with a bundle in your subscription per month, per yearly, or they give you some charge. They charge you something. So public IP come with some price. Private IP is free. So which is good? Look like private is good, but again there's some challenge in the private IP. Okay, if you have the private IP, then private IP won't able to take to you the internet. So if you want to go to internet, connect to anyone in the world, whether Google or Facebook, private IP does not work. If you want to go to internet, you need public IP. Without public IP, it is impossible. For some reason, I tell you the reason in a minute. Okay, to go to internet. So the internet is compulsory. Google say, hey, if you're coming from the public IP, then I will allow to connect. Otherwise, I won't. Okay, so you can't use private IP for internet connectivity. Internet connectivity. It means without public IP, no one can go to internet. So it's your choice. If you want to go to internet, you need a public IP. And if you talk about private IP, okay, normally private IP look like this. So maybe you guys might know a little bit about the IP address. Otherwise, very quickly, let me tell you very quick information about the IP address. If you talk about the IP address, there's a lot of versions. One of the version of IP is IPv4 that mostly we see. That is 4 octet, 4 octet, and every octet has a range 0 to 255. Why? Every octet is given a 1 byte. IP is a 4 byte or 4 byte. So for every octet is 1 byte. So this is a range they've given. Any IP that look like this is a real or valid IP address. One example would be 192.168.0.1. This is a kind of valid IP. Okay. So technically, one of the starting IP could be 0.0.0.0, and one of the last IP could be 255, 255, 255, 255. If you count total IP would be, because this is 4 byte, means 32 bit, it means 2 to the power 32. So these many IP is available. And if you just count, it is very big, I think almost 4 billion plus. So 4 billion IP total we have in IPv4. Now out of this 4 billion, some IP or group of some IP has been reserved for private IP address. Okay, private IP address. So how they look like? So if you go to internet and search for a private IP range, so it look like this. So any IP from this range to this range are private IP. This range to this range private IP. This range to range is private IP. So anyone who use this IP address are private IP address. This IP address you can use free, but if you have this IP address, it is impossible to go to internet. Okay, why? It is just a game of business. There's no technical challenge. For example, if I give my computer this IP address, this is a range, guys. This is a range. For example, if I give IP address 192.168.0.1, for example, so system does not know what is private or public. Neither Linux nor Windows. They does not understand what is public, what is private. But when you try to go to internet, you will go your ISP. Why ISP? Right? You can't bypass your ISP. For example, if you take the connection from Airtel or from Geo or AT&T, okay, you will go via your telecom. So telecom say, hey, you are using the private IP. I won't allow you. I will discard. Okay. So my point is, for the computer, they does not understand what is public or the private IP. For them, every number, 4 byte, 4 octet are the IP address. are the IP address. But but whenever you go to internet, you can't go internet directly. I think you know. You will go via your internet providers, your telecom company. They are the one who block it and say, hey, because you does not pay to us for the public IP, so we are blocking you. We are blocking you. We won't allow you to go to internet. But if you pay us monthly fees or yearly fees or buy some kind of combo package, okay, then we'll allow you to go to internet, because that point in time I will give you public IP to you. Okay, this is a whole idea. I'll little bit talk more about it. Okay, so it means it is your choice which IP you want to use, public or private. But there's also one more game. If I give A computer a public IP and if I give B computer private IP, it won't work. This connection won't allow. If I give this guy a private IP and I give this one a public IP, it won't allow. If I give both the guy private IP, then it is workable. This connection is allowed. If I give both the guys public IP, then this connection is allowed. So if I say A and B, we have a medium, we have a network, we have network card, we have IP, it does not mean they have a connectivity. Okay, we have to check that both the sides we have private IP or not, or public IP or not. If both the IP side are not same, then they will not connect. Because finally, what we want connectivity. And why we want connectivity? So that we can exchange the data or we can chat. And guys, what I'm talking about, the same rule apply for mobile phone also. Your mobile phone is also computer. It's more computer. What you can do in the computer, same thing than in the mobile phone also. Okay, so Android is what? Again, Linux, right? So same will apply with mobile phone also. So if you're looking for connectivity, you have to think, are you having public IP or the private IP? Okay, but there's one challenge, guys. There's one challenge. Okay, if everyone in the world want to go to internet, okay, then everyone require public IP, and total public IP in the world is obviously obviously less than 2.32. The total IP we have, some IP reserved for private, remaining left for the public IP, so it would be less than 4 billion. But today, guys, almost everyone has internet in the mobile phone. It means everyone can go to internet. How is possible? So we have more than 4 billion devices in India also. If the world is more, and everyone can go to internet. How is possible? How is possible? Okay, so we use some trick. Trick is public IP is limited. Okay, so what we do a trick. We give everyone a private IP address. Okay, private IP address, and we do some kind of trick. We can say a trick, and the trick is, even though using the private IP address, it look like you're using private IP address. You have been presented to the world that you are using public. Okay, for example, for example, if I have 10 guys here in one room, or 5 guys in a room, everyone I give a public private IP address. Let's say your company, in the company there is a lab or data center. If we have 10 computers, 5 computers here. Let's say one IP public come with 100 rupees, or let's say $1. 5 computer means $5 you have to pay. Okay, to save the money, what I can do? I give all the computers uh, private IP. Okay, so what I achieve? I save the money. But if everyone want to go into the internet, so what I can do? I can put one computer here, and this computer will give public IP. Okay, this computer will give the public IP. So my company has to pay only one public IP as a fees. Now what I did here, we do some kind of one kind of interesting tweak and trick. I'll tell my computer number A that if you want to connect to computer B and both are in the same room, because same area, it's called LAN, local area network, and both the private IP address and private to private ping is possible, I told you, connect to each other, talk to each other, exchange the data. Okay, but if you want to go to internet, because you have the private IP address, and going to internet is not allowed at all. Okay, so what you can do, you can go to this computer. This computer has a public IP, and this computer will go in your behalf wherever you want to go. So it look like A is going, A know A is going, but we presented to the world that A is not going to or coming to you. Someone else is coming on your behalf, having the public IP. This concept I'll tell you in very detail in a minute. So this kind of trick we use. Trick we use most everywhere. So let's say in a company we have thousands computer, every computer we give private IP. So anyone can ping to each other, connect to each other. They don't have to pay for thousands of IP addresses. And they buy one or two public IP addresses. And whenever they want to go to internet, they will go via this. It is more like proxy, someone will present on your behalf. Something like this. Technically, this concept what I'm talking about is known as netting, network address transfers. We'll talk this topic in very, very detail. It's a very important topic. I'm just giving you a very quick idea. Okay, something like this. So if you have this kind of if this kind of requirement is one of the computer having the private IP, and this guy want to go to B that is there somewhere in the internet as Google, B is Google. Can we connect this? Logically, it won't allow. Private IP won't go to public guys. It is not allowed. Okay, due to XY reason, I will again tell you why. But we can use some netting concept to make it done possible. Okay, and that is a reason. If I show you here right now in my Windows laptop, or if you see your mobile phone also, if you go to your network settings, general in your mobile phone, and that you see the IP address given to your mobile phone, you come to know everyone has a private IP. Even though in the Windows we have command called IP config, is Windows command, and at this point in time in my Windows card I have this IP address, and this IP address, if you see the range, is come from this range, that is a private IP. Still I have a private IP, but if I try to go to internet, try to ping any of the IP, example, this is one of the IP of the internet, belong to Google, there's a Google IP address, one of the Google IP of Google IP, I can ping. Or other ways, I can go to Google, here, it's working. Even though even though I am having the private IP, still I can go to internet. I can go to any site, because because there's some setting happening here. I'll discuss. It's also there in the mobile phone also. That's called netting. So netting is preset somewhere in your mobile phone, laptops. Okay, and because of netting, whenever you go to internet, your private IP first convert into public IP, and they go to internet. And there's proof also. Okay, the proof is, if I go to Google and say, Google, I am connecting to you. Do you know me? So Google say, hey, I don't know who are you. I don't know what is your IP address, actual IP address. For me, you are not presented in this IP address. You are presented someone else. Okay, and what is IP address? So if you Google and search what is my IP address, Okay, so Google sometime will show you here. So this is actual my public IP. And if you go to my laptop, this IP is not at all available in my laptop. Still, anything I go to the internet, everyone in the internet will know about me via this IP. So from where this IP coming out, we'll discuss in detail in a minute. So there's a concept called router gonna come up. So it is given to router. What is router? We'll discuss. Okay. So if you go to a mobile phone, if you go inside a mobile phone, you can see a mobile phone have IP 10 point something, 192 point something, something like this. But if you go to Google and search what is my IP address, do you know who I am? So you can see some new IP gonna come up. That is a public IP. Because if you don't have the public IP, for example, if this is my public IP, if I don't have a public IP, then going to internet is impossible. Why? I'll talk a little bit more about it. But one of the main reason is your ISP does not allow to go to internet. So if you go to ISP, they say, hey, your blog, I don't go you allow you to go somewhere. That is called your IP, private IP is not routable. They won't allow to show you the path where to go. Which IP address is private IP address. But public IP are the routable. Means if you have the public IP directly in the laptop or via some trick that's called netting, okay, then your ISP give the way, the route, the path where to go and reach to Google or Facebook, something like this. Okay, so every topic what I am writing at this point, we will talk in very detail. Okay. So if you have all the things available, then there's one more thing you need. That is very critical. Okay, it's very critical, and a lot of guys does not know about this. Okay, every computer in the world has their own personal routing table. Mostly we think routing table is only given to the routers. But no, any and every device, mobile phone, laptop, Windows, Linux, every OS has their own routing table. Without routing table, okay, the network won't work. Again, I repeat, without routing table, your network won't work. Okay, what I mean by this, I would have to start our today's class with this topic. Okay, I will explain what is routing table. And here I will show you some very beautiful trick. You will definitely enjoy this. but the key here is what I'm going to tell you. If you say hey, I'm A, I want to connect to B to exchange some data to chat or whatever you want to do. Okay, the prerequisite for the connectivity is 8 things. If you does not have all these 8 things, then A computer can able to connect to B. These all 8 things you require. So right now, let me focus to the 8th thing first. Okay, so let me go to my Linux to explain this concept. Okay, what this 8th thing is. Even though I forgot one more thing by chance. There's one more thing. This is called 9th. I forgot to tell you. Okay, what IP you give to A computer, what IP you give to B computer, every IP guys have their own personal network. For example, you have a mobile number of Airtel. So mobile number will be 1234. But you say my mobile number belong to Airtel or AT&T or Etihad or maybe Geo. So Geo is your network, Airtel is your network, Vodafone is your network. Similarly, every IP has its own network. Okay, so what is network? We'll discuss today. But okay, the network of A, whatever the name would be, okay, and network B, if they are not same, so if they're same, or network of A or network B, if they are not same, there's two different scenarios. For example, my network is Airtel, your network is Airtel, same. My network is Airtel, your network is Vodafone, they are not same. Okay, so and for this situation, if they're same, then they will work, but we have to put a device called switch in between. But if both the network belongs to different network, then switch won't work. It's a switch, we have to put some other device known as router. Here we have to use a different device called router in between. So if you want A and B can able to connect, you first check the network of A, network of B. If they're same, put the switch a device, or they can also put the wire directly also. So that cable also work. There's mostly called cross cable. But network of A computer, network B computer, if they are not same, still they can connect. But if you put the DAC cable or DAC wire, or put the switch or the hub or the bridge, whatever you know, or the repeater, whatever you know, it won't work. For this, you have to use a special device known as router. Then it will work. So you can check the decision, they are same network or not. Not, so we have to put the device in between. So don't worry, everything I have explained in detail. But I'm trying to tell you, if you don't follow all those 9 steps, then connectivity won't be possible. And without connectivity, you can't do anything, mostly in the today's world of computer. Okay, so let me explain you step by step all the stuff. Okay, all the stuff. Okay, but before this, let me first start with this topic. A1, network. Then I go for routing table. Okay, so so every IP in the world have a network. To make this make the understandable, let's say, okay, let's say instead of IP address, let's say I'm taking the example of mobile number. So let's say this is my mobile number 9829125111. Okay, so nowadays this is not happening, but if you go a little bit back, some year back, the initial digit of the mobile number will tell you about the telecom name. So in India, any mobile number starting with 98, that means they belong to, long back it was Oasis in, I don't know, maybe that point now you guys might not took the birth also. Okay, I think 22 years ago. Okay, so that time in the Rajasthan it was Oasis. Now Airtel has taken take take this Oasis and the part of now Airtel. But let's say, okay, 98 is number is for Airtel. And let's say we have one mobile number, it starts with 98, 11123, 98, it's Airtel. And let's say we have one more mobile number, 94141. Long back, if you belong to Rajasthan, in Rajasthan 94 it belongs to BSNL, the telecom from the government. Long back, okay. Now we have 3 mobile numbers, and I want everyone can able to connect to each other, call to each other, SMS to each other. Okay, so if this computer mobile number A want to connect to mobile number B, first what they check, hey, I am 98, it means I belong to Airtel. I want to go to 98, this mobile number. Again, this is belong to Airtel. And because both are belong to Airtel, so A will go and connect to the Airtel company to some of the device, and Airtel company themselves internally route to this guy and connect. It means we are connecting between the same telecom. Or I can say we can connect the same network. This is Airtel. But but if A computer want to connect to C, and A is Airtel, C is, let's say, BSNL is one of the telecom. Okay, so what we have to do, BSNL has their own network, own company, own setup, own devices. Okay, so A, if they want to connect to B, so say C, so A first go to Airtel, connect to some of the device in the Airtel. Airtel device should know where the BSNL is, where the BSNL company is, where their device is. So they should know their path, unka rasta, their route. So this information first go to BSNL, BSNL will take you to you, then you will connect. It means Airtel should know your route. So in this example, what I'm trying to tell you, if A want to kind of B, because both belong to same company, within the company they will somehow switch the connection. So maybe behind the scene, if both belong to same network, so internally they are using some kind of switch edge device. Okay, so switch a device. Again, I'm just giving you example of telecom. Maybe telecom they use something else also, but this is just example to understand. So if I change this mobile number to the IP address, so let's say this is IP of A and this is IP address of B. Like in mobile number, in its 2 number or 2 octet is the network name. Similarly, in the IP address, the 3 octet would be your network name. So if I say A, what is your IP address? 192.168.1.2. I know this is your mobile number or the IP address, but can you tell me your network name? Let's say in mobile number we say my network name is 98 or Airtel. But here what we say in the IP address world, 192.168.1 is my network name. Similarly, if I ask B, what is your network name? They say again 3 octet. This is my network name. So does both the names same? Yes. If both the guys' network name is same, then to connect this guy, we have to use a device called switch. Switch is a device. If you go and search on Google, okay, switch as a device, okay, that look mostly like this. Switch. Switch will help us to connect two more computers, laptops, servers, if they belong to same network. Okay, but let's say in this example, a computer having 98 want to go to BSNL to 94. So Airtel may have some device, they know what is the route of the BSNL. So here they use some device called router. So from one network, if you want to go to other network, it is only possible if you have a router as a device. In telecom, they might do something else also, but in the world of IP address or computer, let's say C computer having the IP address 198.168.4.2. And let's say the 3 octet is your network name. Why 3 octet? Why not 2? We'll discuss in a minute. Let's say 3 octet is your network name. So the C having the network name, this one. So if I say RC computer, what is your IP? 198.168.4.2. This is my name, my IP address. But what is your network name? 192.168.4. This is network name of C. Okay. Does A network name and C name is same? No. A has 0.1 in the last, C has 0.4 in the last. So because they are not same, if they are not same, it will work or not? It will work. But between these two guys, we have to put a device known as router. So router is also a device. If two computer having the, so if you search the router device, so if two computer having a, this is more routers or maybe some better routers you can see. These are routers, or maybe I can say Cisco router, they look better. Okay, so they're like routers. Okay, so so if two computers having IP address but they belong to different network, then it will connect, but they need router. Now the question here come up, why I choose 3 octet? Okay, why I choose 3 octet? Why not 2? Okay, why I choose 3 octet? Why not 2? Okay, why I'm saying this point? If you choose 2 octet, then the network of C is 168, network of A is 168. Now they are same. Now they are same. If they're same, then we don't need router. We can use switch also. So from where this rule come from? That in the IP address, you have to use 3 octet or 2 octet, 1 octet. Okay, for example, I'm just asking one question to you guys. You guys, let's say my IP address is 192.168.1.8 and other system IP address 192.168.11.2. My question is, okay, can we connect from A to B? It's possible. Okay, yes or no? Yes, I can say yes, we can. How? How? Because we know the network of A is this one, network of B is this one. Just 1 minute. बैठ के इसमें सील लगाओ, इसमें सील लगाओ. Guys, for online, just wait for a minute. This is very important question I'm going to explain you right now. The question is, okay, that A network is this one, 3 octet. B network is this one, 3 octet. Both look different. So we can connect. But for this, we can put the router. But the point is, from where this rule comes from, that to check the network name of some computer, we have to pick 3 octet. Okay, from from there, where this rule come from? Okay, so mostly this rule come from a concept called classes. Classes. What is classes? So I told you, okay, I told you IP has a 4 octet. So it is decided by some of the communities or the standard in the market. Okay, in the first octet, mostly, okay, if any IP start from 1 to 126 in the first octet, then all those IPs belong to a category or group called class A. Class A. And any IP that belong to class A, one of the example would be, let's say 10.1.2.3. Okay, so there's one rule in the networking world. They say, I'll check the first IP or first octet. If they come in this range, then I say it's class A. Or anyone who comes in the class A, then there's a rule. The rule is the first octet is known as the network name. The network name of this guy is 10. It means if a 2 IP address 10.11.12.13, and because this also belongs to class A, because the first number we check, this range, this is the class A, and because it's class A, then first octet will equals to the network name. And now in this case, both the network name is same, then we can connect this guy with help of switch or direct wires. Similarly, any IP that start from 128 to 191, this belongs to class B. And any IP belongs to class B, okay, one example would be, let's say 172.24.0.1. Then the class B, okay, 2 octet would be what? Known as network name. So if I have one more IP address, for example, to other computer, 172.24.1.4, because this is 172, come in this range, so this is class B, and class B's initial 2 octet would known as your network name. And why to know your network name? Because if the network is same, then we can put switch. If they're different, then we put router to connectivity. Now, because we know it's same, so we can put switch in between. Say we have class C, class D, class E. So if you go and search in the Google network classes, then you can find these classes. Even though this is 0 also, I by chance write 1. This is 0 also. 0 to actually this is wrong actually. This is 126. So whoever write this document is wrong. Okay, it's 0 to 126. 126 you reserved for a special purpose. Because local loopback we'll discuss. So this is wrong information. So this is 120, 191, 192, 223, and so on. Okay, so any IP that belong to this range, this range 192 to 223, okay, belong to class C, and any IP belong to class C. One example, 192, 168.1.4 to 192 is belong to this range. So it's class C, and class C means the 3 octet would be your network name.
So any other system who belong to same range or network name, we can use switch. Otherwise, you have to use router. Okay. So this is a rule. So technically, technically here, okay, when I say my IP 192 start from, so 3 octet would be your network name. So here 3 octet of this IP, 3 octet of this IP, because the source of 192 is different. That is the reason we have to put router. Okay, this concept, what if you guys have a learn in your books, is absolutely invalid. This is the most unlogical rule in the market. So if you know the classes, you know what I'm teaching, the things that you know already. Okay, so a lot of guys say classes is the one who decide this. Still, it is the same. Just to give you this awareness, there's some term called classes in the market, but actual fact is classes does not work in the real world. It is just a theoretical concept. So classes is kind of unwanted thing. There is no use of it. Okay, there's no use of it. Because if you ask my computer, okay, what is your IP address? Okay, IP address, they say my IP address is is something like this. Something like this. Okay, you start from 10, it means your class is A, it means your network name is 10. No. Computer never understands class ABC. No one understands this. Is unwanted concept. Very long back, 20, 30, 40 years ago, they used somewhere. But nowadays nobody use. Okay. So we never decide with the classes. Say there's some other concept that decide. And the other concept is that will decide your network name is known as what you were talking about. It's called net mask. Okay. What I mean by this? What I mean by this? If any computer, if you give the IP address, it is compulsory to give one more number along with this. Without this number, it is impossible to give the IP address. And this number is known as that looks something like this. like this. So this is called IP address, in this case IP version 4, and this number is called net mask, the one who help you to find the network of the IP address, net mask. Okay, and in this net mask, okay, we do some calculation between the IP and the net mask at the binary level, and then help you to decide what is your network name. And calculation is very simple. I don't want to go more deep into binary, but let's say if you go for 192 binary, it will become 11000008 octet. If you go to the binary of 255, it comes 11111111, 8 ones. And behind the scene, they do AND operation of the binary. And if you guys know what is AND operation, okay, 1 0 AND, it will be 0 0 0 0 0 0 1 1. And this number again, if you convert, it becomes almost same. Okay, and what this number is after the AND operation, it is your network name. So they convert all the IP into binary, 32-bit. They convert all the number into binary, net mask, 32-bit. They do AND operation, and in this AND operation, if you do, so finally what you achieve is 192.168.1.0. All zeros with 4 will zeros. And what they give you? They give you the network name. So IP is always 4 byte, net mask is also 4 byte, and obviously final calculation will be always 4 byte. So network name is also 4 byte. But normally, just for sake of saying, so bolchal ke liye, we don't use 0 in the last. We say our network name is 198.168.1. This is what we say normally. But technically in the computer, they store .0 also in the last. Okay. So technically, every IP, whatever you see everywhere, net mask is always stored. And what is net mask? They will mask your IP with AND operation to calculate the network. So why it's so important to know? Because if you does not know your network name, if you does not know the network of the destination system, you can't decide to put switch or router. If network name is different, if you put switch, thing won't work. Network name same. If you put router, then thing won't work. Okay. If they're same, you have to put switch only. If they're different, then you have to put router only. Otherwise, thing won't connect. So that is the reason finding the network name is very important. Okay, and that is the reason if you see here in ifconfig command on my network card called ENP0S3, your IP address always been associated with the net mask. And technically, according to classes, 10 should become to a class, then 10 should be your network name. But no. Here, what is my net mask? This one. And guys, there is one more shortcut here. If it does not know the binary calculation, so very quick way to find the network name is, if this is 255, then this is power network. 255, this is power network. 255 to power network. If 3 to 255 come together, then 3 is your network name. For example, I have IP address 192.168.1.4. If my net mask is this one, then without finding the AND OR operation, go to binary. That is the right way. Okay, we can very quickly find out my network name. How? If 250 come once, then your network is once octet. So in this case, my network name is what? 192. Okay, if my same IP address, because here IP same, but net mask will change your network name. If 255 come 2 times, then 2 octet would be your network name. Network name. Okay, so this is fast way to calculate. 255 is one of the number, otherwise there are many other combinations also there. I'm not going through that part. When you go for any PO, router, learning, network learning in Cisco, they will discuss about the more number 128, 192, 224. But 250 is the simplest number, just to quickly understand the concept. Okay, so that's the point. So point here is, here my IP is this one, my net mask is this one, because net mask 255 together 3 times, then 3 would be your octet, would be your network. So I can say my computer IP is 10.0.2.15, but my network name is 10.0.2. It means if some other guy is also belonging to same network, I can ping to each other with LAN, wireless LAN or normal wired LAN. Okay, because my network this one, if the other guys on network also same, so we can use switches or any LAN network. Correct, sir. This is how it works. Okay, so point is, classes is not the valid concept. I just given this just a knowledge, but it's kind of invalid nowadays. Okay, so in this case, if I say C computer having this IP address, A computer having this IP address, what should I use? I use router switch. Okay, it is impossible to decide, because first you should know your network name. So what is network name? Impossible to decide. For you should know the net mask. If you don't know the net mask, okay, you never come to know the network name. If you don't know the network name, so you don't know what is your network name, then how can you check compare with other network names? And if it does not able to compare the other network same or different, you can't decide switch or router. If you don't decide, thing won't work. Thing won't work. So that is the reason, guys, in the long list, what I was talking about, 9 long list for the connectivity, one of the list is 9th one. Okay, 9th one. That the network of A computer or B computer, if the same, then switch put. If they are different, then we put router. But for this, okay, you have to use net mask to find the concept. So my point is, if I give this IP address to you, if I give IP address to the other computer, let's say 11.4, okay, and I've put switch in between, does it connect or not? they will ping or not, they will connect or not. Okay, then we can say, you tell me what you want. You want me to connect or you don't want me to connect? If you want me to connect, because I know this switch, so I'll make both the network names same. Sorry, same. So 2 octet of this guy is same to 2 octet. If both the guys are same, then switch will work. And how we make the both the guys same? By the net mask. What net mask I give? If you want to only take 2 octet as a network name, the net mask will be 255, 255, 0.0. This computer also I give the same net mask. This computer also gives the same net mask. Then this is a network name. This is a network name. Both are same. And because both are same, I can use the switch to connect. So it is your choice which IP you want to give. This is your computer. This is your OS. IP is just a number. It is your device. You can decide what IP you want to give. Similarly, it is your choice what netmask you want to give. It's completely in your hand. Whatever you want to give, you can give. For example, in my case, this is my computer, this is my network card. I want to give this IP address. Give it. No one can stop you. In my case, I want to give this net mask. No one stop. Okay. If my IP is this one, my net mask is this one. Because net mask is 255, it means the first octet would be your network name. See here? Network name. And good thing, guys, your computer automatically calculate network name for you. It's stored somewhere. You don't need to calculate. And where they store something known as routing table. And to check the routing table, there's a command called route -n. Route -n. This is not visible here due to a lot of reasons, but they store here. Why not visible? I'll tell you sometime. But they store here. Okay, so computer store your network name in the routing table. There are a lot of reasons they want store here. I'll tell you the reason. Okay, so for this, what I'm doing, let me reset my network connection. Turn off and turn on. Okay, now in my case, my IP address will be this one. Netmask is this one. So what is network name? 3 octet. So network name is 10.0.2. That's what we say. Internally 10.0.2.0. Okay, that's your network name. And store everywhere in the routing table. So this is a command that will show you your computer routing table. And here they automatically calculate your network name. Okay, this is your network name. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about the routing table. This is the important concept, very important concept to know. So, very important concept, a very unique concept I'm going to give you. It takes for me a lot of time to understand this concept. I'm giving just in 1 second or 5 seconds. The concept is any program in any OS that work on network, maybe ping command, maybe chat program, maybe browser, Chrome browser, whichever program who work for the network means they will generate network packets. So it is ruled in every OS at the base level. Those programs will generate a packet only if that network has a routing table created. Let me simplify this point. Okay, I am going to ping to one of the IP address. Okay, ping, what they do? Ping will go to this IP address. This is one of the IP somewhere Google. How they go? They create a network packet. And via network then go. First packet create, then you can go to internet, or then you go to network via wireless. And then you can see ping is not. connecting working or not. But this packet is being creating, guys. Why is creating? Because wherever you're going, that's your destination. Destination. Right now, the system Red Hat 9, my Red Hat say, wherever you're going, if I know the destination in the routing table, then only packet will create. Otherwise, I won't create the packet also. Connection to impossible. Does not matter use ping command or browser. And right now, your routing table know this IP address. How? Because of this line. If you see the word destination, right? Okay. Destination means, okay, which destination you can go is not considered allow. This is not considered allow. This is not considered firewall. Firewall is different thing. Okay. Destination means, okay, I am a routing table. I know the way. I know the route. And because I know the route, I will help you to create the packet. But if I don't know the route, I won't help you to create packet. Okay. But this IP they know. How? Because of this number. This is special number. 0.0.0 means any IP in the world. It means this system say I know every IP in the world. And because I know every IP in the world, means if you go any IP in the world, I will create the packet. If this IP is live, they can reply. If it's not live, they won't reply. That's a different point. But from my side, I will create a packet. I will elaborate this concept in more detail in a minute. But right now, just a quick demonstration. What I'm doing, I'm removing this rule. So there's one command, guys, in Linux. In Linux, the command is, this is called one rule. I'm going to delete this rule. In this rule, I am going to tell I have a network known as 0.0. That means any network in the world, any IP in the world, this special number. Okay. I want to delete this rule. This rule deleted. Okay. Now, beautiful thing is, in my laptop, I have an internet connectivity. I have my telecom, everything working fine. But still, if you want to go to any IP in the world, like Google something, okay, going to, that's impossible. But packet will not create. See here? They are not creating the packet. And that's one thing. First packet create, then you go out, right? Now, none of the network command will create or generate the packet. Because every command, whoever create a network packet, ping or Chrome browser, they will always contact to your routing table of your OS. Every OS has the routing table. Your mobile also have routing table. They check wherever I'm going, do we have any information about this guy? They say we know what 10 point something. We know 171 something. But we have no idea about 8 point something. If I have no idea about 8 point something, in this case, I will not generate packet. I won't create the packet. If packet is not created, then going outside is impossible. It does not mean internet is down. Internet is still there on my laptop. I have the physical connectivity for my telecom. But because my routing table does not know how to go to the destination, because they have no rule, so packet is not generating. If we are generating packet, how to work? But yeah, if I try to ping any number, let's say 10 point, 0.2 point, let's say 5. So ping I say, I will always go to routing table, check, they understand this number, they say 10.2.2, they know this number. Okay, because this is a network name, this was the network name, both are same, it means they know this number. Any number belong to this network, they know, because they know the same network, they have the rule here, it means they will create a packet. After create a packet, they send. Now this IP is there, they will reply. But here they're sending. If you control C, you can see they send 6 packet. 0 received because 5 is not there. But my system create a packet. They send. Okay. Creating the packet is first step. Then you can think how to go, how to reach, how to get the reply. Who decide packet will create or not? Your routing table. For example, here, if I try to ping one of the IP 11.1.13, so go to routing table, they have no idea about 11. It is 10, this is 172. Packet won't create, yeah? Won't create. Okay. This is how it works. Okay. But if I do something like this, for example, if I ping to Google, again, it's not working. No route. Okay. But you can see they are generating packet. How is possible? Because IPv6. So some of the command, if they does not work with IP4, they go to IP6. Okay, so Google by itself have the IPv6 address. We'll talk in a minute. This IPv6 address of Google. So go to different routing table of IPv6. We'll talk about in some time. So let's don't be confused at this point in time. Okay, so let me little bit more explore this concept in more detail. More detail. Okay, now what I'm going to do here, I'm going to create a new rule, add, and I say I'm going to add a network that's called destination known as 8.0.0.0. Okay, this destination I'm going to add. Okay, and every destination guys have some, every IP is a net mask. So net mask of this guy is 255.0.0.0. This is what I'm going to add. Understand this command failed. Why they fail? Because I understand one more thing. If you want to go out from your laptop to the outside world, one thing you require your network card. Without network card, how you go out and come in? So this command asking that you are giving me, telling me where I can go, but tell me the network card name, device name. And in your case, guys, in my case, my device name is called ENP0S3 is my network card name. How I know? If you open your terminal, your device name, you can find the ifconfig command. So this is my device name. This is called Ethernet card. Your device name can be ETH0, maybe something else. Okay. So I write the device name. So new rule created. Now, interesting thing is, if I open my browser, and try to open any of the site, let's say Facebook, it look like my internet is down. Okay, for example, I try to open a Facebook. No connection. Okay, but if I come to my command line and try to ping one of the IP of the internet, that is one of the IP of Google, is called Google DNS server, or one is Google, it will work. Okay, let's see it working or not. So technically now, if you see the difference, right? Last time they are not sending packet, now they're sending the packet. Why? Rule is, I ping command, I work on network. You are going toward this IP address, but this IP address belongs to this network. Does my router even know about this? Yes. So I will generate the packet. Okay, so this will see that they generate the packet, but they are not pinging, unreachable. Okay, why is unreachable? It is not because of the routing table. It is not because of internet. There is one more reason. For example, those who are in the offline here, you are in the room. Okay, it means you are on the same network. It's called LAN. I am a computer, you are a computer. We can talk to each other directly because we have the same network. But you want to go to other network, other room. Okay, it is not possible. You can go to other room because one thing we have told you guys what is the gate to go out. To go to other world, other room, you have to first go out from this gate. But if you does not know where is the gate of this room, how can you go out? Okay, you can connect to each other here. You can do local networking. This is called local LAN. Okay, but you can't able to go to other network because you does not know where is the gate. Same thing here. This is the computer belong to some of the IP on the internet. Okay, if you want to go to this guy, if you does not know the gateway, there's zero actually here. Means I does not know. Because you does not know, that is that you are unreachable. Unreachable. So you should know if you want to go out somewhere. Okay, then you should know where is the gate. Gate is gateway. And most of the times the gateway is your broadband given by your telecom. And mobile phone is your hotspot. Is mostly gateway. So if you go to mobile hotspot have the IP address. If you go to home modem or broadband, they have the IP address. Let's go gateway IP address. Here in my case, I have my local broadband connected here or the router connected here. I know the IP address, so I will update this guy. Okay. So for this, let me again delete this rule. Okay. Now this rule will be deleted. Now with that does not know anything about aid, packet never create. Okay. But what I do, I am going to get this rule one more time. But this time I'll say anyone who want to go to this network, any IP address, then I am telling these guys, if you want to go to other room, other area of the world, other IP network, then I'm giving the gateway. And this gateway, you can't put anything random. In my case, where I'm sitting right now, I have some router connected. We'll talk about router in a minute. Okay, that's called gateway connected. It's more like a broadband. And in my case, the IP of my broadband, if I remember, is 2.2. That's all. Now, if you see this, something come up, right? And what this line means, line means now if you ping or connect to any of this IP address, start from 8, any number after this, after this, packet will generate. Why? Because we have a rule in the routing table. That's all. But after packet generate, the packet will always go to one of this device. This is called router or gateway. Every device is there, and this device has the internet connectivity, then this device will take you to this system. And they really take you to this system, then you can see ping about. It's pinging, right? So it look like internet is pinging, but still if you go to Facebook, it won't work. Okay, understand what I'm saying? Facebook is not working. Okay, if you go to Amazon, it's not working, but still we can able to ping to 8. Okay, because understand one thing, internet means become internet. Which IP you can go, which IP you can get a packet for, it decided by your routing table. By your routing table. Okay, IP of the Facebook maybe start from let's say 11 point something. Okay, but my routing table does not know what is 11, so packet won't generate. If packet won't generate, the Facebook won't occur. It does not mean Facebook is down or we are not connected internet. It means your routing table is not able to generate the packet for those IP that is being given to the Facebook. For example, if you want to know the IP given to Google or the Facebook maybe. Okay, so You guys might know two computers can connect to each other with the IP addresses. IP addresses, but we don't able to memorize the IP addresses, so we give simple names. That's mostly known as host names. Let's say Google, you use daily 100 times, but if I ask what is IP of Google, anyone know? No, maybe no. Okay, because we can't memorize the IP address. It's more like we can't memorize the mobile number. So we store the mobile number with the name. And we go to mobile number, if we click on the name, first name will convert into the mobile number, then the mobile number rings. Similarly, we always memorize host name or the computer name, but we connect to computer name, they will first convert into IP. Then finally we connect to IP address. So example, if you want to know the IP address of Google, there's a command called ns lookup and ask, can you tell me the IP of Google? They say this one. And if I try to ping to this IP that is there for the Google, it's not working. Or if I try to connect to Google side with the IP, maybe you can connect to the Google with the IP also, HTTP console/IP. You find name, we convert to IP. If you know the IP, directly connect. It's not working. It is not because internet is down. It is because your system is not creating a packet. Why not creating the packet? Because in the routing table, this line called rule, they does not know what is 142. But if I create a rule that I am going to tell you some more network name, they shall be 142, after 142 anything will come up, does not matter. Any number come up, does not matter. Then having the net mask, because I use one, or the only one octave for the network name, so net mask would be what? This one. Okay, net mask is also known as gen mask, same thing. Generic mask, same thing. Okay, and I go to the device via ENP0S3 is my device name. Device name. And because this, and this one thing, guys, I am creating a rule for 142. 142 is a different network. And if you talk about your network, it's 10.0.2. So this is your room, for example. Room is your network. And this is a different room, for example, means different network. Between two rooms in one building, if you want to connect to each other, then if you does not know the route or the gate, how can you go? When you're sitting in this room, you go to the other room, first thing you should know which gate to use. Okay, that is the reason, guys, because your network is this one, 10, and you want to go in the future to this network, it is only possible if you give the gate. If we're giving the gate, we use GW keyword, and the gate name in my case is a real router that I have already. Okay, now one more rule created. The last time when I tried to ping to this guy, this guy was not working, but now it's working. And this is IP of Google. And because IP of Google, and now if I try to open from this side also, fantastic, right? It is working because some HTTPS certificate. What certificate is a different point to know right now. Let me go to advanced and accept. Here, working, right? Okay. The beautiful thing is Google is working. It looks like internet is working. But if you try to open any site, it won't work. Have you had a different IP address? Okay. So if you try to open any site, or maybe let's say, let me try to search my name, Vimal Daga. Okay. So everything gonna come up. And let's say I try to open the Instagram or maybe LinkedIn. Obviously, it look like it's working, right? But it won't work. So what I can say, internet is down or LinkedIn is down. Neither internet down, neither LinkedIn is down. The challenge is your system is not creating the packet. Packet is not generating. And packet is not generating because in the routing table, this LinkedIn has some IP address, and what IP address would be, my routing table does not know about it. So game is always the routing table. A lot of guys does not know. Most of the guys does not know about this concept. Okay, I've seen a lot of cases in server. They have routers, they have internet connections, everything working fine. There's no challenges. Still, they're not working. Okay, so it's very hard time to troubleshoot why, where the challenge is. The challenge is mostly sometime in the routing table. Wherever you want to go, that's called destination. And this IP address has some network name, let's say this one. But in your routing table, from where you're going is called source. I am source. If you does not know about this network, first of all, your packet won't generate. But if you know about this network, your packet will generate. Second thing is then the gateway come up. Now packet will go to which direction, which gate to go out. Then gateway will take this packet. If this gateway is nothing, is just a name. Gateway is technically mostly a device. Gateway is just a concept, but actually this gateway is come from the device, and this device is known as a router. So when it's a router or the gateway is the same thing. But technically the device name is called router. So this is my router. I'm sitting somewhere in my my room. Okay. So my packet generate because of this routing table. Then this packet go to my gateway. It is there. It's actually there. I can ping out to this guy also. My gateway is there. It's pingable. Okay. So this gateway take this packet and say, hey, I am a gateway. I am the router. I know the further route to go and take you there. So I'll take you there. So they will reply. Okay. It means in the world, you have hundreds and thousands of IP addresses. One way is you can get a rule for everyone. 10 this gateway, 11 this gateway, 12 this gateway. So we want to go to anywhere and everywhere, get the rule, it will work. Okay. Or what we can do, instead of write all the IP address, we can write 0.0.0.0. That's the meaning of 0.0. Okay. It means any IP in the world, any destination. So for this, we can create a rule, something like this. Okay. 0.0.0. And this is all IP in the world, so we don't have to give the net mask. Okay, you can think in this way. You are sitting in this room. Means I am sitting in my network. And if you want to go anywhere in this world, maybe Mumbai, maybe Delhi, maybe Gurgaon, maybe maybe New York. Okay, so this means any place in the world. But the way to go is you have to go out from this room first. If you do not know where is the gate of this room, how can you go? Okay, there's a whole idea. Okay, so this rule is created. This means any IP in the world. It means any IP, does not matter they are available or not, shut down or not, does not matter. We'll create the packet. We'll go there. If they reply, that's okay. Now, last time linkage was not working. If I refresh, working. Right? So these are core idea. And there's this rule where it is written that if you want to go to anywhere in the world, it's called 0.00. It's also known as default route. Default means if you want to go to anywhere, this is the one who will take you anywhere. Okay. So this is what I was talking about. Okay. If you don't have routing table to the IP address where you want to go, that's called destination. Understand one thing, guys. I am sitting on the A computer. You want to go to B computer. Okay. And from your computer, you want to do something on the network. Let's say you're doing the one ping. And you are the one who want to go to B. So in this case, who using ping command, browser, who initiate are known as source. And their IP is known as source IP. And where are you going is called destination. They are known as destination IP. Destination IP. Okay. This is one point. So this is what I'm telling you. So in your source computer, okay, if you don't have the routing table to the destination network IP address, then packet won't create. Understand one thing, that this is not security. Sometimes, guys, we take this guy as a firewall. It's not firewall. Firewall is a different thing. In firewall, we're blocking somewhere. Firewall more like in this gate, if I shut down, if I lock, if I put some security guard, you're allowed, you're not allowed. There's firewall. What I did here, okay, I restricted you here in your chair and say you can't go anywhere because you don't know how to go. Okay, so there's different between, guys. First of all, you does not know how to go. There is no security. Is information, and routing table will manage the information. But we'll see in the future classes, those are part of my pure Linux classes, about security firewall. Maybe you have the information, but if you want to, someone want to block you, let's go firewall. There's a firewall. Let's go security. We'll talk in the future. Okay, so this is the information. Routing table only manage the information that if you want to go somewhere, how to go. If I don't have some information that you can't allow to go, mean you not allow is no right word, because you does not know the information, then we don't generate the packet, so we will never, you will never reach there. These are guys, these are core concepts. Okay, and same concept, guys, apply in Docker also. I'll show you. Same concept apply in AWS cloud also. So anyone who know AWS cloud, there's something called VPC. In VPC, there's a concept called routing table. This is what exactly we do there. And this routing table attached to some VMs. Okay, if it does not attach the routing table to VMs, the VM won't able to go somewhere where you want to go. Okay, there are different way to do so. Different means there's a graphical way, click. But concept-wise, 100% same, no difference. Anyone who know AWS cloud or Azure cloud or any cloud, everyone has the same concept. Okay, so this is, guys, one thing. I'm not taking a question right now from anyone, neither offline, neither online. Let me cover many more things. In the last, I'll take the Q&A. Okay, so this is one unique thing I would like to explain you at at this point in time. Right now, what the setting you are doing at this point in time is temporary. If you reboot the system or reset your network, maybe from here, it will again reset back what you have. So let me shut down. Let me again connect. So all the setting what you have done, they reset. Reset means now this line means if you want to go anywhere in the world, this gateway you can go. But point is, who is giving this information? Last time this information we had ourselves. How? Manually. But right now this information come automatically because I reset the network, I reboot maybe, or you install first time. Who give the information? So in the networking world, guys, there's two ways to set any information. Either you set, let's go static. Okay, but if you see any form come automatically, maybe this routing information or IP information or the net mask information, if they come automatic, it's called dynamic. Or anything that come dynamic, it comes from a program called DHCP. So this concept DHCP we'll see in the future. DHCP is one program or one services somewhere sitting somewhere here. Then mostly is there in your hotspot, mostly there in your in the broadband. So they will automatically give this information to you. That easy reason you don't have to handle much in your laptop. But in your laptop, when you go, let's say in Windows, if I open my command line, okay, in the Windows, if you run the IP config command, you can see this is your IP address, this is your net mask. Windows also know the gateway. Gateway. Windows I might have different gateway maybe. Who gave this information? I didn't set. Someone give automatically for dynamic. Plus Windows also have routing table. The command is called route print. OS to OS command might vary. Route print. So see, Windows also has the routing table. And we can see somewhere here in Windows, and what they say, if you want to go anywhere in the world, there's a gateway to use. Okay, that is in my Windows have internet connectivity. And what is this? This again one of my router here that has internet connectivity. But who gives this information? So when you start a Windows and when you do anything in the network, automatically this information come from somewhere dynamically. That's called DHCP program or the server. We'll talk about DHCP in detail in upcoming discussion. Okay, so it's your choice. You want to set it manually, or you can get it automatically via DHCP. Okay, so this is a one point to understand. Okay, now in the Linux, a lot of information has been said. Now, if you want to see the routing table, this is one of the command. There's one more command. It's called net setup and RN. This is also one of the command. R means routing table. They will say the same thing. There's one more command called I think IP route show command. This is also one of the command. They present our info something different way. They want to go to anywhere in the world. This is IP gateway IP via this network card. And this info coming from where? DHCP. There's one more command called IP routes list command. They will show you the same thing. So multiple commands here. They show you the same thing. Logic wise, they're same. Command could be anything. Okay. We have here. Now, I will tell you one more thing here. Okay. Now you come to right list. This part. This part. Okay. That if you want to have connectivity, you need physical hardware, RAM, CPU. You want your OS to be up. You want network card. You want IP address. You want physical wire connectivity. Okay. You want routing table, and you need router and switches. For example, if you go to my Docker, this is my Docker, right? And Docker right now, I can able to ping to 8.8 is one of the IP of Google. Is pinging. How is possible? It is possible because this is a Docker, is OS, have a RAM CPU, have a network card, having the IP address. But this IP address and this IP is different. That means between this Docker and this IP address, we have somewhere router, where we'll see. Plus, the different thing is that I want to show you, tell you here is, my first of all, my system is generating the packet. Because this guy also have a routing table. They say if you go somewhere, I know everywhere in the world destination, I will definitely generate a packet and send this packet to this gateway. Now, where this gateway would be, we'll discuss where this gateway is. Gateway is there's nothing is a concept name. Gateway technically is called router, is a device. So where this router device would be, I'll take you there. If this device support how to go next route, they will take you there and get the packet. So they might have a capability to go there, so they will get the packet and give to us. Okay, but if this rule is not there, okay, then let me read this rule: route, delete, network. You can use default keyword also, or 0100. Okay, understand one thing, guys. Under one thing, your Docker container, when you launch, they will restrict something to do. Okay, I told you multiple times in Linux. Okay, the username that's called root has unlimited power. But if you launch a container, if container log in with a username called root, due to some reason, okay, root account in the container won't have unlimited power. something you can't do here. You're not allowed. For example, in the Docker container, you can't change the date time. So there's a command to change the date time. It won't work if you try. In the computers, we have a computer name, this host name. You can't change. Further to change, for example, I want to give the name of Vimal. It's not working. The bad thing they say, you should be root. I say, I'm root. Then I do change, but no, they won't allow. Okay? Yeah, if you do something on base system, it will work. But in container, Docker, some of the most critical thing that will might conflict something because everything running in the base system, right? A base system Red Hat, on that with a lot of Dockers running, container running. So due to a lot of reasons, they restrict, they won't allow to change the name, they won't allow to change or remove your routing table. See, not permitted. Okay, why? There's a lot of Docker thing we maybe discuss somewhere in the future. But if you want to give a Docker power, actual root power that root user have, then there's a keyword. Let me shut down this OS. So the Docker word, we have a keyword, and the keyword is called, I want to give this container a unlimited power, and unlimited power is called privileges. So there's a keyword here called hyphen privileged. Now this container launch, again the user may root only, but this root has an unlimited power. In this case, by chance if you want to change your host name, for example, host name is a computer name, we'll talk about the name in the future. Okay, right now this name is this one, last time it was not working. If you want to change, no, there is no error, it's been changed. You want to change your date time, it also work, it will change. And maybe here if I want to delete my routing table, maybe they will allow this. Okay, yeah, working, right? It's removed. Now in this case, if I try to ping to one of the IP, it won't work. Same project. It won't work. Why? Because this IP belong to one of the network called start 8, and I have no idea about the 8 in my routing table, packet won't generate. But it does not mean this container won't able to do connectivity. This guy knows something about this network. It means if you ping to any of the IP belong to this number, anyone, let's say 0.100, see here, packet generate. 100 is not there, so they don't reply, but packet is being generated. And we transmitted also. IP 100 is not there, so they won't, I got any receive. But we have one more container, having IP3. So ping to IP3 is working, right? Working. Okay. So it means if you have the IP address, if you have the network card, if you have the routing table, and they know something about someone, there's someone IP address, if they exist, you can connect. You can connect. Okay. It means it's a very, very important point, guys. Any computers who is having the routing table with default 000, their computer can go to internet, go to anywhere, or anywhere also guys can come to this guy somehow. So sometimes it's not good in the name of security. That is more like I can go to public. Public can also somehow come to me. So sometimes I don't want my this audio content go to anywhere. Look, having the connectivity to public is dangerous. There's higher chance of having attack. The logic is one, it's very simple. The most secure system in the world is the one who is not connected to internet or the network. So if you want to make yourself very secure, okay, either remove the internet connectivity, remove the wire or wireless, the physical medium, or due to some reason you can't do so, then remove this line. Then neither you can go to internet, neither someone come to you. It means you are isolated from the network. It means if someone want to do connect to you, anyhow, apart from these numbers, they won't work. And what are these numbers? They are the one computers belong to same network, same room. And it's very common thing. I don't want to connect to outside world. Neither I want anyone from outside world can come in. But I want to connect to my local guys. So I can do the chatting with these guys or connection with these guys. So these are known as private world. So most of the senior guys in the corporate world, we want our OS or server content to be run in the private world. Private world. For this, one of the way to do this, remove the default routing, and the default means 0.0.0 IP in the world. One of the way to do this way, the way I show you. Other way also we have. I'll show you how we can do. Okay. This is what one thing I would like to tell you here in Docker also. So just one thing I want to show you, the concept is same. You use Docker or VMs or servers or cloud or anything, concept is same, right? Let me add some more point here. Some more point here. Okay. For this, I have to make you understand guys little more about the network. Okay, network. Okay, when I say 192 is 168.1.4 is the IP address. If I ask, can you tell me what is my network name? So without net mask, you can't tell the network name. Okay, so if I give the net mask or the gen mask or the generic mask, this one, then I can tell very quickly what is my network name. If the 3 octet is 255 continuously, then 3 octet will be my network name. Okay, now what I mean by network name? Network name means the network that belongs to me. When I say network belongs to me, is technically known as, okay, technically known as the range of the IP address. If I say this is my network name, that means any IP that come after this, which one can come? 0, minimum, 1, 2, 3, 4 till 255. All the IP belong to the same network. They belong to same network name. They belong to same family, same area. It means if you give this IP to one computer, or if you give 100 to other computer, and both the same number, it means they belong to same network. They belong to same network. That means you can connect this guy direct with wires or the switches. Okay, so network name is nothing, is a kind of range. How many IP come in this range? And technically, if you count the total number, is 256. That is equals to 2 to the power 8. They equal to 1 byte. It means it means any IP address, any network that has 3 octet. So in this network, the total IP that come in this network or in this range is this much. And how much this is? 1 byte? 1 byte is 8 bit. 8 means 2 to the power 8. That's equal to 256. This how also can calculate. And why we need to calculate this? Because I am having the network this one, and in this network, my node to IP 256. In me 250 IP I can put in this network, and to connect 250 IP address, 250 IP address, what I need? Let's say this is for computer 1, computer 2, computer 3, computer 4, computer 5, and I want everyone can connect to each other. Okay, we have to put what? Switch. Switch. And what I can do? This computer I can put a wire, can do switch. This computer I put a wire, put a switch. But switch where they can put? There's a one called port. Okay, but if you don't have a switch where with two frequency port, how can you connect? How can you connect? So example, if you go to switches and see the diagram how switch look like. So what you see here, this is a port. So some switch cover 4 port, 8 port, 32 port, 64 port switches. Here's a bigger one. Okay, so depend guys how many computer you want to put in one network. Okay, that is also decided by network name and network range. If your plan is to connect 4 computer only, then you can get a small networks. You plan to have a lot of guys belong to same room, same networks, let's go same LAN, local area network. You can create a network with a bigger size. And how to understand bigger size? If any network that is 3 octet given to network, 3 octet is given to network, so remaining space will be given to the host. Host means computers for the IP addresses. Okay, and one area will take 1 byte, means 8 bit, means 250 IP we can given to this guy. Okay, why I'm discussing this point to you? because whenever you give IP address when you give IP address, your computer automatically understand. Let me go for a different example. When you give the IP address to one of your network card, okay, they check the net mask with this 3 octet. So there's a network name. So they know the network name, but they also know in this network name, okay, these numbers for IP addresses. They know this 15 mine or 1413 would be somewhere else. Somewhere else. And there's possibility I want to connect to somewhere else. Because this IP is belong to this network card, so I will use this network card to go out. And they maintain this information again in the routing table. We have 4 octet always. Always. And if I say, if I give this 2 octet for my network, fix, the remaining octet will be given to host. Host means IP addresses. It means I can give 1 and 1, 2 bytes. One of the example would be, for example, one of the IP address is 192.168. If this is my network name, then first IP would be what? 0.0. Say what? 0.1, 0.255, 1.0, and so on, 255.255. And if you calculate the total IPs, it is equals to 1 and 1, 2 byte. 2 byte means 16 bit. 16 means 2 to the power 16. 6,536. Okay. So if you give a network of 2 octet, in this case, we have 2 to 16 IP address belong to same network. It means for these IP address, I don't need router. I can ping to each other directly with the wire or with the switches. But apart from any of these IP address, they belong to different network. So what is network? Network is nothing, is a range. If anyone belong to your range, they belong to your network, you can connect directly with a switch. Anyone who does not belong to your range, means does not belong to your network, means they are outside, in different room, different area. We need a router to go there. Router question, the thing is a device. This is a whole idea. Okay, and this is what I was talking about in that diagram. So whenever you want to connect, you check your computer, other computer belong to same network or not, same switch, other router. This is what we understood, right? So now till here we have discussed something about this 9th step. We discussed something about routing table. There's one more important discussion guide to be discussed. This is very, very important topic called netting or petting. And if you does not understand netting petting, then nothing will work technically in this world. Because in today's world, everywhere we have netting petting. Even though in laptop also you have netting petting enabled. Because every laptop private IP, still you can go to internet to public world. because of the netting. And Docker also, guys, without netting, most of things won't work. But right now, I am able to connect to Docker from the outside, like Google. Sorry, from my Windows. So we have to set netting to get these connections. Okay. So this part I will discuss tomorrow. Next class. Plus, they will discuss some more discussion I will do here, led by our OSM model, TCP, IP, and some other steps also. Okay. And then I will discuss about the core architecture network. That show you from your laptop, you go a router, then ISP, they explain you why the private IP drop, why public will work, then how the packet will come back. There is S netting, D netting. Very interesting concept. Okay, and I create this program in a way. Normally, guys, this concept is always discussed in theoretical way, but I try to somehow give some commands also here. Okay, so that to make this topic interesting. So routing table, remove, add, all those things. So you can see the code also with practical also to make this concept interesting. Okay, so that's all. We continue, guys, this topic tomorrow. Okay, any queries anyone has offline, online, you guys can ask. Okay, but tomorrow class is very important because we are going to discuss about netting. Okay, anyone? So, guys, there's a way we can change, make the routing permanent. How we'll discuss maybe in next class. Anything about the network, what we discuss in Linux is temporary. You shut down, reboot, or reset, it will reset. But to make the setting permanent, we'll discuss maybe tomorrow. So, Devang, we will talk about subnet and protocol in upcoming class maybe tomorrow. Yes, we can stop. We can stop. We'll discuss. Anyone else, guys? No, again, this is the right statement to say routing table को हम use करते हैं allow करने के नहीं. Understand? This is small difference. Allow करना अलग बात होती है और ना जानना अलग बात होती है. ओके, आपको बाहर जाना है, आपको अगर इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं बाहर जाने के लिए गेट ये है, ये तो होता है इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं है. इसमें बात कहाँ होती है ना रोकने की. तो राउटिंग बताता आपको इन्फॉर्मेशन कि कहां से जाना है, कैसे जाना है, इन्फॉर्मेशन. ओके, दैट राउटिंग विल गिव यू. बट इफ यू नो दिस गेट कि जाना है यहां से और मैं पकड़ बिठा दूं, नहीं बढ़ो, नहीं जाने दूंगा, इसको बोलता है राउटिंग है. आपको पता तो है पर जाने नहीं दूंगा, जाके दिखाओ. ओके, को फायरवॉल, उसको बोलता है राउटिंग है. वहां बात आ गई रोकने की. ओके, एनीवन एल्स? हाँ, लोग राउटिंग टेबल में अलाउ मींस जहां के हम लोग बता दिए आपको. अगेन आई डोंट यूज द वर्ड अलाउ. दिस वो मैं इनको बता रहा हूं. जिसको आपको जहां जाना नहीं है तो उसको एंट्री मत दो. जो भी व्हाट एवर एंट्री पुट इन द राउटिंग टेबल, ओके, दैट इंफॉर्मेशन हैव, एंड व्हाट एवर इंफॉर्मेशन हैव वी कैन रीच देयर. ओके, no, there is no logs of the changes. We can create a log. There's a way. There's a logging tool available. Right now, what I'm doing here, change, they won't generate log, but there's a way we can create the log. Sorry? No, gateway could be changed. I'll talk a little bit more about gateway tomorrow. How can you find your gateway? Okay? But technically, you can think if you use hotspot, then your mobile phone work as a gateway for your laptop. But we'll discuss more about tomorrow. Shankar, you can talk about this, I think the notes to my team. Otherwise, I think notes is being uploaded, right? According to my team is sitting here. They say note is being uploaded, is keep on uploading in the portal. Okay. So Shankar, if you belong to Linux, that notes is being keep on uploading in the portal, hashtag portal. And if you belongs to Docker, let me check with my team and update you in the group where it's been uploaded. If it's not yet uploaded, we'll update you. Okay. Okay, what is CIDR? Again, we'll discuss tomorrow. Let me tell you very quickly. Okay, I might not mention here. Okay, what is CIDR? Nothing. Okay, so guys, whenever you type your IP address, I told you without net mask there is no meaning. And one of the way to write the net mask is this way. This is called decimal number. Or if you convert 255 into number in binary, it will give 111 8 times. 8 times, 8 times, 8 times. Total what? 24. So this can also written by in this way. So this one and this one same thing. No difference. When I say 255.0.0.0 is 8 ones, so let's 8. 255.255.0.0 is 16. So these are known as prefix length. Prefix length. Prefix length. So whenever guys you want to tell your IP address, this is what the syntax we use most always. My IP address is this one. This is the right way to tell your IP address. Or you can also write this way. My IP address is this one. Slash. And even though guys, when you change your IP address, write your IP address anywhere, this also syntax we can use. For example, this is my network card. ENP0S3 and this is my IP address I want to change. Okay. So you can write in this way also. Okay. 60 means 255.0.0. So guys, this is mostly known as subnet mask. Even the subnet mask has some more meaning, we'll discuss maybe tomorrow. Okay, but 8, 16, 24 is a very simple number to understand. But there is more number 1, 2, 3, 17, 18, 19, 23. So if any IP have those number, let's say 25, there's some reason we can use this. Okay, then this concept come into CIDR, classless domain routing. Okay, why this concept come up? We don't need here. If you go for pure networking, like where we learn in Pure and Cisco router other things, then you use /25 /30 to small network /258 to bigger network. So as a Linux guy, Docker guys, we don't need to go more deep into this topic, but that is actually called CIDR. Okay. Yeah, anyone online, offline?
particular, for example, facebook.com को for example अगर facebook.com की IP पे reach करना चाहते हैं
Okay.
वो नहीं करना
Okay.
बाकी all over the internet इसके लिए
For this we have a firewall. For this concept we use firewall. Okay. Roshan, in RSA jam we will use nmcli command. Okay. To make the IP address permanent, or we have some other way also, file also. So in upcoming class we'll discuss our nmcli command and intel files to make the network thing permanent. Okay. So Lalit, I think recording we don't give. I think you might know, but yeah, by chance we miss some of the session, we can fill the form. Then we give that particular recording to you. I think you know. Otherwise, any other challenge, connect to the right admin team in the WhatsApp group. You can find the description. They might help you further. Yes, guys, OS Rushi might have multiple IPs also. One OS has multiple routing IP addresses. Routing name is always one. But one computer has multiple IP addresses. Why? We will again see in the upcoming class. So there is a possible. No, Archit, we won't discuss CIDR subnetting here because right now we are learning Linux and Linux servers. Even though this topic is also, frankly saying, is not part of our program, it's called RSCSA program. Still be discussing because I think this concept at least you should know in Docker or maybe in basic Linux also. But typically CIDR, I can subnetting, FLSM, VLSM, all the things we mostly learn in pure routing learning, where we go when you go Cisco CCNA level training, we learn there. Okay, we won't discuss here. Okay. Okay, Docker container stop. I think they might start in previous mode. If you stop the container again start, they will start in previous mode. Otherwise, in the start of command also we can pass the option. If you go to Docker start help, you can see option. But I think they will start in previous mode only. Where again start. Yes, Rajan, that's what we discussed tomorrow. Okay, the IP that is given to Docker engine is actually gateway for the Docker. So we'll discuss this point in tomorrow class. Million IP 127 is a different meaning. 127 is a loopback IP. Again, we might discuss tomorrow what is loopback IP. Okay, so 127 IP range is belong to loopback, local IP. So it's off topic. I want to ask that that only one company will be there after this program or more. So right now, for if you Pransu, if you belong to my 7 days program here, so after the 7 day complete, we have one company. I think I told you already, but we have a lot of company also coming after this. So what we're conducting this 7 days is preparing for this company is coming first. But the content is something like this. It is valid for other companies that's coming in the future. The remaining part, delta part, that next company going to ask you. So we'll also prepare you for that delta part. Okay. So anything offline here? Optimize. Which sense? No, we can't do here. Because right now this technically we can do, frankly saying, but we have no command for this because this is the internal capability of kernel. Okay, kernel. So if you go to kernel level, you can change the code there. But when you try to think in more deeply, there is no requirement for this to change because packet is so much generated every time. If you try to control now, then it become huge impact in the performance. Okay, but if you want to change, you can go to kernel level because this packet generate what I'm talking about routing table. It is being controlled by kernel. What is kernel? Like a engine of a car. So every OS is a kernel. So the kernel level they are controlling this facility. Okay. So I do a government job. You give such a good example for some topic basic to advanced. That's all work. I'm leaving the office work to do a class. Real fun. Thank you. Very nice, Ashish. But the content does content no the Sattvic content does not contain kernel. It's shareable basis. Again, in my upcoming class, I go more deep into the container. There I will discuss about how the kernel has been shared the syscall with your containers. We'll discuss in upcoming classes. Okay, so so it's very Anurag, what you ask, we'll discuss. Anyone else offline? Okay, that's all, guys. Tomorrow class is very important. Okay, very important because what I discussed today, I will connect all the pieces. Then you can understand the actual flow with the netting and go big architecture we create. And this architecture base for anything where you see the network. And those architecture we will connect with the Docker internal networking. So that will base for the Docker networking. Okay. So that's all from my side, guys. See you in the next class. Anyone who belong to my 7 days program, they have to stay here. Offline, online, guys.